IPDMS 2.0 Integrated Pharmaceuticals Database Management System version 2 upgrades the current IPDMS with latest technological interface. IPDMS 2.0 is an integrated responsive web-based application for manufacturers, importers, marketers, distributors, consumers, price monitoring resource units, PMRUs, in the pharmaceutical and medical devices sector. An online system for the pharmaceutical as well as the medical device industry that will facilitate the stakeholders to connect with National Pharma Pricing Regulator from across the country without the need of visiting the office. A change that will ensure a more efficient, transparent and time-bound online functioning. A change that will optimize synergies in operations to promote government's thrust on ease of doing business, as it would provide a single window for submissions of various forms as mandated under DPCO 2013. A change that will facilitate the stakeholders to connect with National Pharma Pricing Regulator, as multi-instance architecture of IPDMS 2.0 has the capability to connect multiple users over a public network infrastructure. A change that will facilitate consumers to access information on pricing and availability of vital medicines. A change that is part of making India digital.
As the result of Government of India's promotion of digital technology, the consumers can now know the correct price of a drug and can get redressal of their complaint on their mobile itself through the Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app. The updated version of Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app has many additional features which are available in both Hindi and English language. By installing this app in mobile, consumers can now know the exact price of any medicine based on brand or formulation and can also search alternative medicine by tapping the Search Medicine Price tab. This app also provides speech recognition facility. With the help of Share button in this app, consumer can easily share the information about medicines and their prices with any person. Complaints about the higher price of medicine can also be done through this app. To file a complaint, click on Register Complaint in the Complaint Management System of the app. Then choose the nature of complaint such as overpricing, non-availability or shortage of drugs, sale without price approval, refusal of supply or sale. An OTP will be sent to your mobile for verification and your complaint will be registered. In this section, you can also check the status of your previous complaints besides the details of redressal. Therefore, install Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app in your mobile. Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app, power of every consumer.
IPDMS 2.0 Integrated Pharmaceuticals Database Management System version 2 upgrades the current IPDMS with latest technological interface. IPDMS 2.0 is an integrated responsive web-based application for manufacturers, importers, marketers, distributors, consumers, price monitoring resource units, PMRUs, in the pharmaceutical and medical devices sector. An online system for the pharmaceutical as well as the medical device industry that will facilitate the stakeholders to connect with National Pharma Pricing Regulator from across the country without the need of visiting the office. A change that will ensure a more efficient, transparent and time-bound online functioning. A change that will optimize optimize synergies in operations to promote government's thrust on ease of doing business, as it would provide a single window for submissions of various forms as mandated under DPCO 2013. A change that will facilitate the stakeholders to connect with National Pharma Pricing Regulator, as multi-instance architecture of IPDMS 2.0 has the capability to connect multiple users over a public network infrastructure. A change that will facilitate consumers to access information on pricing and availability of vital medicines. A change that is part of making India digital.
Hello. Elrigu namaskara. Good afternoon to all. On behalf of the Drug Control Department, Karnataka, we extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, guest of honor, and all our guest speakers and facilitators from Drug Control Department, Health and Family Welfare Services, Royal Society of Chemistry and PATH. We heartily welcome all the stakeholders and participants who are attending today's session offline and online throughout the country. I thank you all for turning in such a great numbers. The level of interest shown by the number of registrations we received from the spectrum of healthcare professionals is encouraging and already attests to the importance of today's topic of discussion. I am Dr. J. Bhaskaran, Deputy Drugs Controller, Drugs Control Department, Karnataka. Today we have with us Shri Bagoji T. Kanapure, Drugs Controller for the state of Karnataka. Sir, I request you to kindly take the seat on the dais. Chief guest of today's program is Shri T.K. Anil Kumar Sir, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka. Due to his busy schedule, he is not able to attend in person. He will be attending on virtual mode. We heartily welcome you, sir. The guest of honor of today's program is Shri D. Randeep, IAS, Commissioner, Health and Family Welfare Services. He is also busy in his schedule and he is not able to attend in person. He will be attending on virtual mode. We heartily welcome you, sir. Next we have Dr. Amarish Tumbagi, Additional Drugs Controller, Karnataka. Sir, I request you to take the seat on the dais. I request Dr. Uma M., State Nodal Officer, AMR, Health and Family Welfare Services, Karnataka, to kindly take seat on the dais. We have Dr. Shweta Raghavan, Chair, Royal Society of Chemistry Thought Leadership Forum. She will be joining us shortly. We have Dr. Merlin Wilcox, Clinical Lecturer at University of Southampton. He will be attending on a virtual mode from London. We welcome you, sir. As we are all aware that every year between 18th to 24th November, the World Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week which is a global campaign, is celebrated to raise awareness and understanding of AMR and promote best practices among One Health stakeholders to reduce the emergence and spread of drug-resistant infections. The theme for World Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week 2023 is Preventing Antimicrobial Resistance Together, which is also today's seminar theme topic. It's a matter of great pleasure that Drug Control Department has organized this seminar in coordination with the Health and Family Welfare Services, Royal Society of Chemistry, and PATH, which is the need of the hour, to speak on the topics of the said subject which are lined up for this afternoon. We have with us subject experts around the globe to share their expertise with us. By the end of the session, it's going to be a great learning experience to all of us. We are going to take home the role and responsibilities each one of us need to play in preventing antimicrobial resistance. Before we start, we have Dr. Shweta Raghavan, Chair, Royal Society of Chemistry. Welcome you, madam. Before we start with any good thing, we first pray to God to attain some strength and inner peace. I request Srimati Vallari, Scientific Officer from Drug Testing Laboratory, to present the invocation song.
गजमुखने सिद्धिदायकने वन्दिपे शरणु त्रिजगवन्दितनाद देवदेवने शरणु सुजनरिगे विघ्नवनु परिहरिपे शरणु गजमुखने सिद्धिदायकने वन्दिपे शरणु ಮಂದಮತಿಯನು ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಚಂದ ಜ್ಞಾನವನಿತ್ತು ಮಂದಮತಿಯನು ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಚಂದ ಜ್ಞಾನವನಿತ್ತು ಇಂದಿರೇಶನ ಪಾದ ಹೊಂದಿಲ್ಪತೆರದಿ ಸುಂದರಾಂಗನೆ ಪದದ್ವಂದ್ವಗೆರಗುವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುಂದರಾಂಗನೆ ಪದದ್ವಂದ್ವಗೆರಗುವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಂದೇಹ ಮಾಡದಲೇ ಇಂದು ಕರುಣಿಪುದು ಸಂದೇಹ ಮಾಡದಲೇ ಇಂದು ಕರುಣಿಪುದು ಗಜಮುಖನೇ ಸಿದ್ಧಿದಾಯಕನೇ ವಂದಿಪೆ ಶರಣು ತ್ರಿಜಗಪರಿತನಾದ ದೇವದೇವನೇ ಶರಣು ಹರನತನಯನೇ ಕರುಣಾಕರನೇ ಸುರನರವರದ ಮೊರೆಯಲಾಲಿಸಿ ಎನ್ನ ಕರಗಳನ್ನು ಪಿಡಿದು ಪೊರೆಯದೆ ತಾರೆ ಬಿಡೆನು ನೆರೆದೆ ನಿನ್ನಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ತ್ವರೆಯಂದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡು ಶರಣೆಂಬೆ ನಿನಗೆ ತ್ವರೆಯಂದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡು ಶರಣೆಂಬೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಜಮುಖನೇ ಸಿದ್ಧಿದಾಯಕನೇ ವಂದಿಪೆ ಶರಣು ತ್ರಿಜಗಪರಿತನಾದ ದೇವದೇವನೇ ಶರಣು ಸುಜನರಿಗೆ ವಿಘ್ನವನು ಪರಿಹರಿಪೆ ಶರಣು ಗಜಮುಖನೇ ಸಿದ್ಧಿದಾಯಕನೇ ವಂದಿಪೆ ಶರಣು.
Thank you, Srimati Vallari, for your beautiful prayer song. Lighting of a lamp removes darkness, ignorance, unhappiness, spreading the almighty grace and divine energy in the surrounding. Light also symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and knowledge. The flame of light lamp goes in an upward direction, which signifies one should obtain knowledge in a way that uplifts oneself to do higher deeds. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please illuminate the session by process of lighting the lamp.
ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ ಕರುನಾಡ ದೀಪ ಸಿರಿನುಡಿಯ ದೀಪ ಒಲವೆತ್ತಿ ತೋರುವ ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ ಬಹುದಿನಗಳಿಂದ ಮೈಮರೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿರುವ ಕೊಳೆಯ ಕೊಚ್ಚೇವು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಕಂಪು ಸೂಸಲು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಣ
Thank you all.
ಕಾಚೇವು.
I request I request Srimati Bhagajyoti, Madam, Assistant Drugs Controller, to present a potted plant Srimati Vallari as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Srimati Bhagajyoti. Antimicrobial resistance, AMR, results when microorganisms including bacteria, fungi, parasites, and virus evolve to an extent that they eventually become resistant to antimicrobial medications. AMR is an increasingly serious threat to public health. The spread of multi-drug resistant bacteria and lack of new antibiotics to treat infections caused by these organisms pose a rapidly increasing threat to human health, which urgently need to be tackled. The cause of antimicrobial resistance in developing countries are complex and may be rooted in practices of healthcare professionals and patient behavior towards the use of antimicrobials, as well as the supply chain of antimicrobials in the population. Some of these factors may include inappropriate prescription practices, inadequate patient education, limited diagnostic facilities, unauthorized sale of antimicrobials, lack of appropriate functioning drug regulatory system mechanisms, and non-human use of antimicrobials, such as in animal production. Considering that these factors in developing countries may vary from those in developed countries, intervention efforts in developing countries need to address the context and focus on the root causes specific to this part of the world. This is just an abstract what I'm giving you. I have deliberations on this subject. I request Dr. Amarish Tumbigi sir, Additional Drugs Controller, Karnataka, for the welcome address and introductory remarks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಲ್ವ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದವರಿಗೆ? ಜಗತ್ತಿನಾದ್ಯಂತ ನವಂಬರ್ 18ರಿಂದ 24ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ವೀಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಘನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 18ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನಿಂದ ವಿವಿಧ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ವೀಕ್ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ 2001ನಲ್ಲಿ WHO ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ದಟ್ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಘನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಔಷಧ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸೇವೆಗಳು, ರಾಯಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಪಾತ್ ಅವರ 4 ಜನ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಂಯೋಜಿತವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ರವರಿಗೆ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಯೋಜಕರೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅತಿಥಿಯಾಗಿ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಿರುವ ಆಯುಕ್ತರು, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸೇವೆಗಳು ರವರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯೋಜಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿಯೂ ಸಹ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀ ನಜೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರಿಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರುತ್ತೇವೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅತಿಥಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಉಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ನೋಡಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ AMR ಅವರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಶೈಲಜಾ ಅವರು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಬುಕ್ಕಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಈ ನಡೆಯಲು ಕಾರಣಭೂತರಾಗಿರುವ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿರುವ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿರುವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ರಾಘವನ್, ಚೇರ್ ರಾಯಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಥಾಟ್ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಫೋರಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಯೋಜಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಬುಕ್ಕಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. I heartily welcome Dr. Merlin Wilson, clinical lecturer in University of Southampton, United Kingdom, who has joined online through a Zoom, this thing, link. On behalf of all organizers as well as department and myself, I heartily welcome you, madam. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So then, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ನಜೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಅವರು, ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ, ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆಂಪಯ್ಯ ಸುರೇಶ್, ಸಹಾಯಕ ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು ರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಸೊ ಶ್ರೀ P. ರಮೇಶ್, ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ಥಾನ, ಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ S. ಉಮೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ಥಾನ, ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿಯಾದ ಶ್ರೀ J. ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಚಿಪ್ಲಂಕ್ ಅವರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹಾಯಕ ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರುಗಳು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ವಿವಿಧ ಔಷಧ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿಗಳ ಸಂಘದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಆಫೀಸ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ, ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಸೊ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರುವ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ಗಳವರು, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳವರಿಗೂ ಸೊ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ one of the great achievement is today we have more than 12,000 people who have registered for this online activities, and around 12,000 people are joined on the YouTube. That is the biggest achievements for pharmacy, which has given an thought process on the AMR activities which has been escalated by the government. ಸೊ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯವರು, ಸೊ ವಿವಿಧ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ರು, ಅದೇ ಥರ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೋಧಕ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಐ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬಾಟಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಆಲ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಡ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಆಲ್ ಇನ್ವೈಟೀಸ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಡ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಸೊ ಈವನ್ the press media madam, Dr. Nandita madam, I specially welcome for you. So, ಮಾನ್ಯರೇ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹೆಸರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ತಪ್ಪಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಈ Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week is a very what we call is not a big new phenomena. We all knows that history, if you take it out, when Alexander Fleming, when he discovered penicillin, after getting Nobel Prize, he also expressed that the danger of the microbial sensitive and everything has been, now we are all realizing it also. So it's a common phenomena. Any life, living organism, when somebody attacks, it reciprocates. It may be human being, it may be microbes, it may be pathogens. It's the end of the day, in a common language, try to survive themselves only. This survival activity has led into a formation of a new segments, and it is considered to be an resistant microbes. These microbes, if you see how the way we have developed from a long period, so basically, so the microbes potency, if you see, they reproduce every 6 hours in a large numbers. It's not that small way, 9 months illa. It produces in 6 months, or that means 6 hours every this thing. Thereby their production of pathogen increases and sustained activities also increases. So these are all the certain primary reasons where antimicrobial resistance occurs. One of them is a natural system. Second one is the misuse and overuse of antibiotic medicines. We have seen where our pharmacist part takes place here, because that is natural process. It is a survival of the pathogens, is a live this thing. Now we have came here, misuse and overuse of medicines is a stakeholder responsibility, where pharmacist will be the one of the responsible person in this. So misuse and is a significant contribution to this thing, because once you togond mele, so if it is an incomplete dose, it become this thing. If it is a less dose, it is also a problem. It is not that ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಥರ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ 1+1ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಫರ್ ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಯು ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪ್ರಿಸೈಸ್ ಆಗಿ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಶರ್ಟ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಶರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾನು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಾಮಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಈ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ದಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪ್ರಿಸೈಸ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎನಿ ಇಂಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಡೋಸೇಜ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಇಲ್ ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಎನ್ resistance activities of the microbes. So we have also seen another reasons why microbial resistant arises is the spread of disease. The spread of disease is basically an activity which is controlled externally. It is it may be a sanitization, it may be a hygienic activity where we have failed, and spread of activities has been taken place. Contaminating an antipathogen is a big challenge. What we have already seen, and we have succeeded in COVID also. Those things we need to implement it in future also. So basically, see, we have seen antibiotics, antimicrobials, so use and abuse also. We have seen abuses basically happens in agriculture farm as well as in aquacultures. Basically, antibiotics previously, antibiotics are meant for treatment or growth promoting, whereas people use it only for growth promoting and gives them. Therefore, we are not, the residual antibiotics present in the, it may be a farming, it may be in agriculture, it may be in aquacultures. The residual part present in the what we call is in food processing animals will contaminate, and when it consumed as a food, it is going to become another resistant activity in the human bodies. So certain goals which have been done. We also seen a lack of new medicines where we could not get it out, because so during 1990 2017 was the last this thing. Thereafter we could not make any new antibiotics. That too, what we make is me too formulations, so which is complementary to what we earlier diagnosed. Now that I will cover it up during my presentation. So what type of antibiotics, how it has been, history of the antibiotics, everything. We also seen antibiotic, especially. So these pathogens does not, now what we have seen is previously was some diseases pattern to some areas. For example, Mangan Kaila was in the Shivamogga district or border area of the coastal Karnataka. Whereas it may likely to shift because all these pathogens, there is no border for them. It may be a disease in Japanese encephalitis, which is in another state. It may cause in here. When the person travels from global travelers, they are likely to be there. So these are all the few gaps where we need to address it also. So in order to prevent certain activities, government has done a lot of activities in this. So even after doing also one survey report, I would like to express here. See, our people are knowledgeable. There is no doubt. During a survey conducted by one of the research men, around 764 doctors, when it was inquired in a class 1, tier 1, tier 2, it gives that all are aware of AMR. At the same time, 1,473 medical stores, when it been edited, so they all contain 63% of the one or other antibiotics. That means use of antibiotics has become more than the requirement. It has come to that level. A rational use of the antibiotics is required. In order to prevent OTC drugs, government has done a lot of steps in this, especially all antimicrobials. It may be an antibiotics, it may be antiviral, it may be an antifungal, or it may be antiparasitics. So all these are covered under Schedule H, and some third generation antibiotics and TB drugs are covered under Schedule H1. See, Schedule H covering is the basic fundamental thing of the Schedule H1 covering all these antimicrobials under Schedule H1 is to prevent OTC activities. Government has brought legislations. So no drug shall be sold on a without the prescription of a doctor is the meaning of the Schedule H1. Whereas H1 requires, say, even medical, to be sold on the prescription and registered medical practitioner, even it requires a medical advice also on that, supervisory activities. So with respect to abuse of the, especially abuse of the antibiotic is concerned, which is used basically in for fisheries, all those things, especially for growth promoting, colistin and its formulation is also banned. That means government has taken care all sort of remedies where we can prevent the misuse of the antibiotics. So apart from this, we have also seen, so in case if the people uses antibiotics for farming or for aquaculture or animal producing, food producing animals, we have fixed, government has fixed a withdrawal period also. If it is label is not been fixed, label doesn't say it is a mandatory withdrawal period. After giving a treatment, it should not be used as a food for, in case of meat and eggs, it is 7 days. In case of fish, it is a 500 hours. That 500 hours means time is calculated 500 hours means for fish, it always remains in the water because the temperature of water has to reach to 500 degrees. Some of the days of 500 degree has to be calculated. That's what is the meaning of 500 degree hours is the meaning of that. So these are all the things has been put in place. Apart from this, department has done a lot of activities to curtail the AMR systems. Especially, the control department is proactively involved in the lot of regulatory systems. We have seen 80 fixed dose irrational combination antibiotics have been prohibited by government. It's not that easy to identify this thing. Each manufacturer has got its own ways of handling the things and own counter it also. We have banned 80 fixed dose combinations. This is one way. Another thing is, as a regulator, state regulators, during last four years, we have suspended several licenses, we have cancelled several licenses. We have booked 60 cases in the court of law only for the selling drugs without prescriptions of Schedule H and H1 drugs. So we also seen that Because as a regulatory officers, as a drug control department is concerned, we need an thought process. So disposal of the antibiotics or date expired drug also a responsibility of the department. Therefore, all medical stores, all wholesalers, all manufacturers, we have taken a consent letter in the form of affidavit, see that the drug is disposed in accordance with the biomedical handling and management rules to comply with environmental pollution control boards. So these are all the strategies where we have brought it out, and we have head of the department, as you should, several circulars to all our officers to see that it is go in a educative way and awareness way. These are all the, apart from this, we also seen there is an increase in the rate of the antibiotics. To curtail that, Government of India brought 74 drugs under NLEM during 2022, and 11 drugs are in 2015. That means rates have been also reduced. If you see the product rate, so the AMR activities and the product rates, if you see chloroquine, which was used in malaria for previously, now it is not working. People have stopped, we are slowly coming down out of it. Now they have gone for an itamicin. So we have seen TB drugs, 28% are becoming multi-drug resistant in Asian regions, not in which includes India also in that. We also seen HIV, especially antivirals, increase of 6% has been increased. Now it has to reduce. Government of India brought all these things under NLEM, National List of Essential Medicines, so that rate can be fixed and regulated. So these are all the activities which department and government has taken steps to curtail and promote this thing. As in today's awareness program is to create awareness. In this respect, we have an resource person here. So they will be addressing the gaps in the gaps in the AMR activities. So gaps in the AMR activities because we need surveillance activities, because surveillance and data collection is one of the most important factors. So how to, because monitoring of antibiotic usage, pattern of the pathogens, incubation of the diseases, these are all things needs to be monitored so that another way can be taken out how to curtail it. We also today's program will also enlighten about education about the course, antibiotic course, how to use, how to complete it, how to use it, what are the things behind the logical in that. We will be covering up regulatory measures which requires to be implemented by all of us, and so this is certain areas where today it may be R&D, it may be an collaboration partnership, it may be an infective activities of the pathogens with collaboration with other activities also be covered today. I feel we have an stalwarts who are resource activities. Madam is a state nodal officer for AMR, so he is well aware of it, and she will be giving all details how we need to, as a pharmacist, where we need to plug our gaps. Because end of the day, so we all, whether it is in India, whether it is abroad, whether it is Karnataka, so one earth, one family, one this thing. So that is what is this thing. So G20 presidency has to be taken place here, and we also have Dr. Shweta Raghavan, who will be highlighting superbug activities, how pathogens have become resistant activities. We also have Dr. Wilkham, so she will also be covering up. I am thankful to Drugs Controller, Principal Secretaries, Commissioner, and all organizers for giving me an opportunity to express my certain views on this World Antimicrobial Awareness Week. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your humble note. In fact, ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸು ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೇಜಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕವರಿ ಆಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟರಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ವರೆಗೂ ಅವರು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಡೆಲಿಬ್ರೇಷನ್ಸು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಎಚರ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಅವೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂಥನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂಥನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಮೇಜರ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ದಂಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇದನ್ನು ಕಾಂಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ನೋಟ್. I request Dr. Umesh, Deputy Drugs Controller, to welcome Dr. Amrish sir by presenting him a potted plant. Shri D. Randeep sir, Commissioner Health and Family Welfare Services, Government of Karnataka, will be addressing shortly. He will be coming online shortly. Meanwhile, I request Shri Bagojiti Kanapuri sir, Drugs Controller for the State of Karnataka, for his presidential address.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. It is privileged to have today now here conducting World Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week, which is decided by the Government of Karnataka, and I am gratitude to Government of Karnataka, especially for our Honorable Health Minister Sri Dinesh Gundrao sir. He told me that you have to conduct awareness program on Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week on 18 to 24. So we decided to conduct today only, and on behalf of also I have spoken to our beloved Principal Secretary Sri T.K. Anil Kumar sir, and he also given permission to go ahead now. I am grateful to him also sir. Sir is very busy with his other work, and I am grateful to him also now to providing me this opportunity to conduct this awareness program now. Then also Dr. Randeep sir also now, D. Randeep sir, Commissioner Health and Family Welfare also now. He is most probably is going to come on virtually now. I welcome sir also now. Shortly is going to address our gathering here, and also the chief guest and guest of honor Dr. Uma is here now, one of the state nodal officer, Health and Family Welfare Department. Welcome you ma'am once again. And Dr. Shweta Raghavan here is chairperson for this antimicrobial resistance. On behalf of Drugs Control Department, welcome you once again ma'am. And also my all Drug Control Department officers, including Deputy Drugs Controllers, Assistant Drug Controllers and Drug Inspectors. And also sitting over here my beloved Chemist and Druggist Associations also now. Welcome you all for this Antimicrobial Resistance Week now. And also Dr. Amrish Tumgi said that more than 14,000 people are on online now. So it is great achievement for us now to conducting this such kind of awareness program now. So anyway, we are gathered here now, everybody. So we have to the committee is already given that. Lastly, after my finishing of my words, I have to give one oath also now. Everywhere they have kept there now. They have to take and vote after my this one now. So in this regard, so ಇವತ್ತು ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಗಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದು ಬೆಟರ್ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಗಿಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ 32 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಆ್ಯಂಟಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಇಸ್ ಬ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಾವು. We are not taking proper decisions and we are not taking any actions against them now, those who are selling the drugs without prescription of RMP now. And always we accept it now, welcome it now. I know that how my drugs control department is working now. I am grateful to my drugs control officers now. They are sincerely working, hard working is there. So I am proud of, as a drug controller, such kind of officers are with me and they are working now every 24 hours now. I am grateful to them also now. And even though there is a lot of officers are shortage is there now, staff is shortage is there, in spite of that, I put a one word to everybody now, they are going to listen my words and they are doing tala mere etkondu kelsa martiri. So I am grateful to my all officers now. And since from as a drug controller, I completed my 33 years of service. ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರ್ಗೆ 2014 ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಐ ನೋ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬೀದರ್ ಟು ಮಡಿಕೇರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ನೋಸ್ ಮೀ ನಾವು. ಸೊ they are believing me as a drug controller. I am doing such kind of work to the people of Karnataka. So ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸರಿ ಇದೇನೋ ತಪ್ಪು ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆದಷ್ಟು ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇರೋದು. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಬಿಲೀವರ್ ಇನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಿ, ನಾಟ್ ಥೆರಿಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಟೆಲ್ ದಟ್ ಮೈ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಐ ಅಡ್ಮೈರ್ ದಟ್ ಟುಡೇ ನೋ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಓವರ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ನೋ. And also here it is the eminent speakers also here now, and one of the other persons also from the abroad, Dr. Merlin Wilcox, she is also going to speak on online now, Zoom meeting alva, Zoom meeting. So we also give to some time to themselves also now to they give their opinion in this regard. Only my sincere request to all the chemists and druggist association, where in the public now, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಈ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ನ ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ನಾವು ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ 51 cases we already filed now on those who are various contraventions done in the Karnataka now. So as Tumgi also said that there is a lot of misuse going for antibiotics now. That's why the government has taken decision now, Schedule H and H1 drugs now. So Schedule H1, same similarity is there, but Schedule H, there are few 28 drugs they have included only to curb the misuse of the antibiotics now. In that so many antibiotics are there, everybody knows that. Today only we have to curb that because of to get the proper documentation, how much they have purchased, how much they are sold. So that is our priority now. So here the chemist ಬಾಂಧವರು ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ, ನಿಮಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಏನು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರೋ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರೋ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಇನ್ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ whenever they come for inspection, you have to provide us now. No panic for that now. If I should ask my officers now, if they are may ask my officers now, you have to give whatever you have now, then you have to submit afterwards. So no panic in that now, because you are serving the people of Karnataka now. So please try to understand now. Serve the people of Karnataka now. Then this is one of the best state we are doing now. But still blame comes on us now so many times now. So avoid such kind of things. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅವಾಗ ಚಿಕ್ಕವನಿದ್ದಾಗ ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಆವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಸಿಟಮಾಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡ್ರಗ್. ನಾವೇ ಟುಡೇ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏನೇನೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಎ ಟೈಮ್ ಟ್ರೈಮಿಥಾಕ್ಸಿಜಾಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು, ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾರೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕ್ಲೋರಂಫೆನಿಕಾಲ್ ಯಾರೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಸೊ ಎನಿವೇ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಟಿ ಬಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸು ಸಿಡ್ಲು H1 STDಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಇಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಥರ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕನ್ನೋದೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಈ ಔಷಧ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ನಾವು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೆವರಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಈಚ್ districts and each hobbly places our officers now. In spite of that it is going some wrong medicine now. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಜ್ಞೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಶಾಪ್ನವ್ರಿಗಾಗಲಿ ಜನರಿಗಾಗಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾವ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಬೆಟ್ರ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬರೆದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಡೋಸನ್ನು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟೇ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಎರಡನೇ ಡೋಸ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನು. 6 ಬರೆದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು 6 ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, 2ಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ತಪ್ಪು ಅವ್ರ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ದುಡ್ಡಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನೋ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ನೋ. ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ that only we have to avoid such kind of diseases now. And here so many only my priority is here it is the eminent speakers are here now. They are going to tell their whatever they are going to tell now. We have to listen now and what to do, what not to do ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಿದೆ. So everybody should listen. Their speakers are here now. They are what they are saying today. So we have to take care of positively now, not negatively now. Always when we are taking positively, few people are taking that negatively now. Think only positively, then we'll get the results now. So in this regard, I once again thankful to everybody conducting such wonderful this awareness program today. I am grateful to my all officers now, those who are conducting this one, as well especially for Dr. Amresh Tungi and J. Bhaskaran is here, DDC, and also my officers also. Thank you very much. Whatever today present here now, to utilize today's antimicrobial resistance awareness program and have a wonderful day for us now to take positively. Thank you very much. ನೀನು ಓದ್ತೀಯಾ?
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to the end of the inaugural session. Before we move to the technical session, we have as a pharmacist, we pledge. We have some phrases done here. We have to pledge and move forward for the technical session. Before we take a pledge, ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಸಸ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಾರ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವು ಭವಿಷ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಭೂತಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜೀವನವು ಈ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿಯೇ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಬದುಕುತ್ತೇವೆ ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಜೀವನದ ಖುಷಿ ಅಡಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಡೂ ಇಟ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟುಡೇ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಾಗೋಜಿ ಖಾನಾಪುರ ಸರ್ to lead the pledge and request all the stakeholders to join for the pledge.
I am sorry to say that initially I forgotten that This has been conducted with Drugs Control Department and Health and Family Welfare Services now. And I also that joint venture along with the Royal Society of Chemistry and PATH also now. Yes.
Shall we put our hands in front and take the pledge?
Okay. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಓದ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಾವು ಓದ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. Pledge of Pharmacist. I pledge as responsible pharmacist to sell antimicrobial drugs exclusively with a valid doctor prescription. I will diligently dispense medications in accordance with the Drug and Cosmetics Act and rules, educating patients and their families on the importance of proper storage of medicines in their home and completing the course of medication prescribed by the doctor. I am committed to discouraging self-medication with antimicrobial drugs, will advocate for proper hand hygiene among all the customers at my pharmacy. I expired drugs disposed of in accordance with the guidelines of the Pollution Control Department as per Biomedical Waste Management System. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will move to the technical session, next session. I request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy the seats below for our next technical session. Let's move. All are ready? I request all the stakeholders, all the participants, kindly concentrate. This is a very important subject, very important topic, and we all have to join our hands. We have to, first we will learn, then we will bring awareness to the society. Everybody need to be aware of this. Okay, there are very good speakers. We have two speakers here, a doctor, and we have two speakers here, one international speaker. It's a very good topic, which is a very good topic, and the speakers are going to really take you to the real pharmacy field, what you have studied. To start with, antibiotics are like magic bullets for fighting against bacteria and are considered as the most remarkable medical discovery of 20th century. The introduction of antibiotics has changed the therapeutic paradigm and continues to save millions of lives from bacterial infection. Antibiotics have absolutely been godsend to humankind. With their ever-increasing use and misuse, microorganisms have developed antimicrobial resistance. The phenomenon of antimicrobial resistance refers to the potential of microorganisms, including bacteria, fungi, virus, parasites, to thrive and continue to grow in the midst of the drugs designed to kill them. This is what is called antimicrobial resistance. They have got resistance. Infection caused by antimicrobial resistant organisms are not only difficult to treat, there is also always an increased chance of severe illness and finally the death. AMR has now emerged as one of the greatest global concerns in the 21st century due to the rapid growth of AMR infection rate and the lack of new antimicrobial medications being introduced to combat this issue. One of the main causes of the current issue could be the consequences of overuse and irresponsible use of antibiotics in various situations, primarily in clinical treatment along with agricultural use, animal health care, and food systems. AMR is widely referred as a silent, please note, this is widely referred as a silent pandemic. Silent pandemic. We will see another pandemic if you don't wake up today. This is very serious. He's on the line. And is the problem where urgent action is needed immediately and should be managed more effectively. Madam, a link is shared, madam. However, how we are going to tackle this superbugs is a challenge for the healthcare professionals. Madam Sweta is going to brief us what are these superbugs, what are the challenges we're going to face. To speak on the topic, fighting against superbugs, we have with us subject expert, Dr. Sweta Raghavan, Chair, Royal Society of Chemistry, Thought Leadership Forum on Antimicrobial Resistance. Commissioner. Okay. Connect again. Health Commissioner, Shri D. Randeep Sir, Health and Family Welfare Services, is online. I request him to address this august gathering. He will be shortly addressing. Madam. Okay, we'll. Okay, we'll be moving forward. Once he comes on the line, he will be addressing you all. A small introduction about Dr. Sweta Raghavan. Dr. Sweta Raghavan is a global health and implementation science expert working with several government, leading life sciences companies, startups, and academic institutions in India and in UK. She currently serves as the chairperson for the Indo-UK Antimicrobial Resistance Working Group, an initiative jointly sponsored by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Tata Technologies, British Council, and Royal Society of Chemistry, and heads the strategy and innovation verticals for the Royal Society of Chemistry in India. In education space, she developed the academic research vertical and fostered international collaborations for the Geo Institute India in the life science and public health. She also founded Scientist and Co., a social initiative to promote science education among disadvantaged students and health education for unprivileged families. Sweta has doctorate degree from King's College, London in cell biology for unearthing novel ways of mitigation lung inflammation arising from respiratory illness. She is a recipient of numerous international awards, the most recent being the Nari Shakti Puraskar 2023 and Global Health Pharma News magazine Most Influential Life Science Expert India Award 2020 and 21. She has published in leading news outlets and invited as chair and expert speaker at prestigious forums including the UK Parliament, WHO, IIT Bombay, IIT Gandhinagar and Royal Society of Geography. A big round of applause to her. Let's hear it from Dr. Sweta Raghavan. Madam, please.
You can just WhatsApp him, give him the number to your colleague. 12 to 15 minutes maximum. Very good afternoon, everybody. We apologize for that delay. I thought this was a very enthusiastic gathering. May I wish you once again a very good afternoon? Thank you very much. To begin with, may I please congratulate as well as convey my gratitude to the Secretary, Principal Secretary Sir, Shri Anil Kumar, and our Health Commissioner, Shri Randeep, as well as our very own Drugs Controller, Shri Kanpureji, and all the leadership within the Office of Drugs Controller for turning over this event so quickly. Believe it or not, I spoke to them exactly 1 week ago, and I did not expect this. So thank you very much, and we're really obliged that you're helping us so very much in creating awareness and sensitizing the public, as well as the important stakeholders, pharmacists and pharmaceutical industries on AMR. So the reason I'm actually present here today is because I believe, as well as Royal Society of Chemistry believes, that if we explain the science behind whatever happens to us on a daily basis and explain the gravity of the situation, we will automatically seek ownership, take up ownership, and start fighting against superbugs. And that's the reason I'm here. I'm going to keep this very lighthearted and try and explain the science behind what exactly are superbugs, what causes antimicrobial resistance. I'd be very happy to take questions after the talk or whenever the Q&A session's there. But if you have something pressing in between, please feel free to stop me, because I'd love to have a conversation as opposed to having just a talk here. All right, so I'm having a little bit of a problem with, great. So I'll begin by saying, I'll begin by quoting Charles Darwin. So we all are familiar with the Darwinian theory, which says survival is always of the fittest. So whether it's human beings or microbes or any other organism in between, all of us continuously have to adapt to our immediate environment. See, even in your job roles, you always have to compete. If there's a healthy competition between colleagues, you get your promotion, because not everybody can reach the top. It's the same way for survival as well. So all microbes, whether they're good microbes or bad, will adapt to their natural immediate environment. And in that course of action, they become stronger in their survival instincts, and thereby they evolve, right? So evolve and adapt is a very natural scientific mechanism. The other thing to remember is not all microorganisms or microbes are bad. Some of them are good, and you're all well versed with this. We know that there are lots of bacteria in the gut that help us with digestion. Perhaps we couldn't survive with them at all. There are some bacteria that live on our skin which actually give us protection. Even for commercial activities, we've used several kinds of microbes in different ways to benefit humankind. So all of these microbes, whether they're good or bad, will evolve and adapt. And that is normal and required for their survival. There is a little bit of a problem with this controller, please, if somebody could work this out. I'm going to continue the talk without it if I can't find it. There we go. All right. So in the environment, you've got several agents. These could be chemical agents, other organisms, which constantly harm the bacteria or the virus or the fungi, parasite, whatever microbe. So what happens is the best way for the microorganism to adapt is by creating a genetic mutation, because we all know genetic material is hereditary. The minute you transcribe, you infuse an information into your genetic material, that's carried out throughout your life, so you have this memory that this is what you have to do, and it's passed on to your progeny. That's the more important factor. So a mutation occurs, and this mutation is here to stay. So what microorganisms do is change their genes in a way where they can manufacture proteins that counter all of these antimicrobial properties that are present in their environment. So it is this mutation which ultimately creates what's called resistance to antimicrobial agents, which we in science call as antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. Now, naturally, the bad microorganisms cause human diseases, animal diseases, as well as plant diseases. But nature has a balance. So what nature does is to be able to help us fight all these bad bacteria. Now, just as bacteria can evolve and adapt, we as humans have our own internal mechanism to evolve and adapt to the changing pathogens. So the superheroes inside our bodies are our immune cells. Immune cells are present in our blood, and they constantly are fighting. Even as we sit here now in this auditorium, our body is constantly fighting several pathogens that are there in your immediate environment. So what they do is they sense the pathogen or any contaminant that enters your body through any means, whether it's through your skin, eyes, nose, or through a cut that you've acquired. They sense it, and they're able to adapt a defense mechanism and mount that defense mechanism so as to kill and neutralize the pathogen. Now, what's also interesting about our immune system is that it has a great memory. So once we encounter a particular infection, if your immune system is in good shape, it will be able to remember this information so that next time you encounter the same microorganism, you're able to mount a quicker defense and are able to protect yourself faster. Now, this is an ideal case scenario when you are in robust health, you take good care of your health, you maintain good hygiene practices. Now, sometimes because of our busy lives, because of scarcity of resources, our immune system does fall short. So when that falls short, our natural savior is the antibiotics. And since you're all manufacturers and sellers of antibiotics, you should know that these are the most magical drugs that humankind has been gifted with. So they come in and they will help you to counter these drugs. But here is a word of caution. Let's assume in your workplace or even in this auditorium, there is a fire. What will your first response be? Anyone? You'll put it off, yes, but with what? So let's assume there's a fire in the doorway because there was a gas stove there, and then it's just burst. What will you use? A fire extinguisher. But instead of that, if one of these electric supplies short circuits and then you have a fire because of that reason, what will you then use? You switch off the main power supply, right? So for every kind of problem, for every kind of issue, there is a tailor-made response. And if you try, lots of people will say, you're a learned audience, but sometimes I get answers like water. What if there's an electric short fuse and you throw water? Just imagine the catastrophe, right? So everything has a tailor-made solution, and it is better we stick to it. And there's a reason why I'm saying this. Antimicrobials, whether it is antibiotics, antiparasitics, or fungals or antivirals, must always be used for what it's meant for. Unfortunately, that is not what we're doing today. You're all aware that there are two kinds of antimicrobials, narrow spectrum and broad spectrum. So tell me, since you're all in the manufacturing and selling of drugs, what do you think sells more, narrow or broad spectrum? I didn't hear that. Broad spectrum. But do you think it's advisable to be giving so much broad spectrum drugs? Certainly not. It's because what happens is, in a broad spectrum drugs, several species, several strains of bacteria are killed in one shot. Now this obviously makes more sense when you think about, from a doctor's perspective, because unless you test somebody diagnostically, you can't tell what microbe has infected them. So they want to be safe, they want to be in a place of, a place of giving the patient immediate relief. So they will opt for something that is very broad. Whereas a narrow spectrum antimicrobial is very specific. There's only one or few strains against which it will work. Now the advantage of narrow spectrum is that you're keeping your risks contained. In a broad spectrum, when you use the antimicrobials, let's say I have an infection and bacteria X has infected me, but then if I'm given a broad spectrum, which works against bacteria Y and Z also, I'm unnecessarily exposing the antimicrobial to something that doesn't need it, right? So why should I be overexposing the antimicrobial? I'll explain this a little further again if this is a bit of a confusing concept. The point though is, instead of using a one-size-fits-all, which is a broad spectrum drug, it's better to use something that's more tailor-made. And to put this into perspective, of late, all the clinical presentations where we see people dying because of AMR, we do routine cultures, pathological cultures. And then you see what microbe has infected them. And when you take that particular strain which is resistant and you run it against every drug, very often you'll see that it is resistant against all broad spectrum drugs. It's the good old narrow spectrum drugs that always come to our aid. So I would urge all of you to be careful about these terminologies, especially pharmacists. If somebody comes without prescription, particularly asking for any antimicrobial, beware. And even if they come with a prescription from a doctor and it looks dubious, because we do know that there are fake prescriptions as well. Please be aware, especially if it's a broad spectrum, because that is something people know more about as compared to narrow spectrum. Be aware, try and Google, make a list of what's narrow spectrum, what's broad spectrum, keep a tab on who's taking what. Anyway, now moving on to why this AMR is caused, right? Now, antimicrobial drugs are not naturally present in the environment, we all know that. Then how is it that these microbes are gaining resistance? Well, we have ourselves to blame. If you see, all the activities that lead to AMR is caused by or directly actioned by human beings. We are the culprits for all problems that we face today. So what happens is, we overuse, misuse, or inappropriately use. Now all three are different things. We either overuse drugs, which is more than the required quantity, we misuse it, using the wrong drug in the wrong place, or using it for a purpose where it is not even designed, or inappropriately, which is to use it for a lesser time or in a randomized fashion rather than following a regular course. When doing any of these, we allow the microbes to be exposed to the drugs. So this sort of, wavering and unregulated exposure allows the drug to sense allows the microbes to sense the drug and try and understand how to fight it. So what it does is, you give it little exposure. It's almost like, children play this game where they try and hit each other's hands. So 2-3 times a child hits and then the other child gets hit. But the 4th time he'll draw his hand back. It's all about getting used to it. A better example is, the Indian cricket team used to be very well known for its spin bowling. Cricket fans in the room? No cricket fans in this room? Great. So India used to be very well known for spin bowling, isn't it? And we used to pride ourselves. That's because the kind of pitch we have here is way different from anywhere else in the world. Then what happened? IPL happened. And we started inviting players from everywhere. Now everybody is a spin bowler now. Whether they're from Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, even people who didn't know what spin bowling exactly meant now can do the same. That's because we're exposing them to our pitch. So they learn. Same way microbes, when you don't give them the right fixed dosage of drugs, they keep getting small amounts of exposure. So they look at it and they go like, oh, this is how you do this. And then they learn it, and they have their own defense mechanism which they will start mounting against the drug. So that's when these regular microorganisms end up becoming superbugs. So this cartoon pretty much summarizes it. The more you expose the antimicrobial, the more that these bugs become resistant, and as a result, they end up being called as superbugs. So that's pretty much the science behind it. Now, these superbugs are very smart. Not just superbugs, all microorganisms are very smart. So once they've acquired the genetic mutation to carry on this resistance, they'll obviously pass it on to their progeny. That's called vertical transmission. But you know what? They're big on sharing. They'll say, why just my progeny? Why don't my neighbors, my friends, everybody should get the benefit of my new mutation? So what microorganisms do is, they shed the genetic material. It's called a plasmid. They shed the plasmid in their immediate surroundings. Any other microorganisms coming into the same surrounding can easily pick it up and make it part of its own system. And this is called lateral transmission. So if one of these bugs, microorganisms, can pick up a resistance, they're very capable of laterally as well as vertically transmitting it. So laterally is to other microorganisms and vertically is to their progeny. And bear in mind that all these microorganisms replicate anywhere from 20 minutes to 2 hours period. So their turnover time is very quick. So one resistant bacteria can become 2 resistant bacteria in about less than 30 minutes. Those 2 in the next 30 minutes will become 2 each. So it's an exponential increase. So even before the human beings can adapt, these bacteria have grown in millions. And they will start this super spreader event where everybody starts getting infected. And at the end of this, it's human beings who suffer, because when we contract an infection by a superbug, in other words, when we get a disease by a microorganism which is resistant, what happens is we end up staying longer in hospitals, which means your hospital bills will increase. At the same time, your treatment will require extra diagnostic tests, and you may not even have a drug against the infection. In fact, most of the drugs that we currently have, or nearly all of them, including the last resort antimicrobial that we have, all have some or the other microorganism being resistant to it. There is not a single drug today against which there is no resistance. And unfortunately, in the research and development pipeline, there is no new antimicrobial. So we are in a very precarious, a very grave situation. And please understand that if a patient gets admitted and we know that they have a superbug infection, we will have to end up giving them treatment with some toxic drugs that are not even fully experimented. And we might end up losing the patient, which we are seeing even as we speak. So I think this was touched upon, but I'll quickly go through this. So this is a very, very vicious cycle. We've spoken about what AMR is, how it's caused. Now, how are these superbugs moving around in the environment? You see, humans, animals, and plants, all of them consume antimicrobial drugs. In fact, 75% of all antimicrobial consumption happens in agriculture, because farmers are generally not very economically strong. For them, infection prevention is the #1 criteria. So what they do is, instead of using a drug when there's an infection, as a prevention, they start using antimicrobials from day one. So whether it is cattle, whether it is poultry, fisheries, or any other form of livestock rearing, all these animals are buffered up. They're in fact overdosed with antimicrobials. Now, whether it's humans or animals, at the end of the day, all of us will defecate. So these antimicrobial drug components will come out through the manure or defecation, and that will go into soil and water. Similarly, we as humans consume animals, and that meat or animal products like milk also contain some amount of antimicrobial property, which again we are consuming, and when we defecate, that comes out through our defecation. And all of this ultimately will go into the soil and water, and as a result of that, the plants will also absorb it. And then what happens to the plants? we eat it again. Or the animals eat it and we eat the animals. So this is a vicious cycle. The antimicrobials are running around in that circle. And added to this complex problem, we have discharge from hospitals, we have discharge from industry, factory outlets, we have dumping that a lot of wholesalers and retailers do of antimicrobial drugs. All of this ultimately end up where? In the soil or water. And this soil and water is consumed not just by me and you, but by every single person on this planet. So we're all carrying some amount of antimicrobial properties in us that was in the drug. And we're constantly exposing this to microbes in our environment. India, unfortunately, has become the epicenter of AMR because of this unregulated use and disposal of antimicrobials. That is, it's not just about the consumption and misuse, there is a third reason why India is the epicenter of AMR. We all know and we all pride in the fact that India is the pharmaceutical hub of the world. We have the largest number of manufacturing units for pharmaceutical products, right? Although this is something that is a matter of pride for us, we must also think about how are these industries disposing their wastes? Are they doing it correctly? Are they doing it according to norms? How are they auditing for this? Now, all of this production and disposal is what's making us the center of all of this crisis. So to put this into proper context, the third biggest reason why Indians are dying today is AMR. It's the third leading cause of death in India currently. Just in the year 2019, and this was before COVID, all right? So we're not counting COVID deaths. Before COVID in 2019, India alone had 13.5 lakh people dying because of AMR. Now, let me put this into further context. All over the world, the entire globe, which has more than 200 countries, 50 lakh people died. Of that 50 lakh people, India alone contributed to 13.5 lakh deaths, which is almost 26%. That's a huge number. It's a huge number. So we are at the crux, the focal point of this problem, and that is why we are having this particular awareness workshop today, and that is why we're here to talk to you about what you can do as pharmacists, as manufacturers, to help us curtail this problem. I will, of course, leave the more policy integrities to the able leadership of the Drugs Controller's Office, but I would talk about a few things that you can do as individuals, as practitioners, as pharmacists, to contain this at your capacity. So the first one is never sell or consume antimicrobials unless a doctor has prescribed it. Please remember, not all drugs can treat all infections. Similarly, not all symptoms can be treated by, is caused by the same microorganism. Let's assume you and I have the same symptoms, but you might have a different infection and I might have a different one. There might be different microorganisms causing it. In fact, there is no way of knowing by simply visibly examining someone or physically examining someone as to which microbe has caused your infection. The only way to know for certain is to run a diagnostic test. Only then you will know exactly what drug you need. So if your infection does not go away for more than a 2-week period, try and get a diagnostic test done so that you are helping us reduce the consumption of the wrong drugs. And also remember, most infections are self-limiting. What I mean by self-limiting is your immune system is good enough to be able to kill all the pathogens. So usually give it the first 3 days. Try and see if you're able to overcome it yourself. Then seek the antimicrobial drug. The second thing that you can do as pharmacists is every time you dispense a drug, especially an antimicrobial drug, please emphasize and re-emphasize to your customers to complete the course. And I'm going to explain the science to you, which I hope you will to them as well. See, all fixed dosages of drugs are prescribed after years and years of experimentation. For one drug to come into the market, it takes us anywhere between 15 to 25 years of rigorous experimentation, right? So people have spent nearly 20 years of their life trying to figure out what drug must be given for what infection, at what dosage, at what quantity, and at what time. And that is what the doctors will read and prescribe to you. You as pharmacists must encourage patients to stick to it, because if you don't complete the fixed dosage, there will always be some residual microorganisms in your body. Now, these residual microorganisms would have been exposed to the drug, so they know how to fight it. So if you stop taking the drug, they will smartly replicate in millions, and either they will cause reinfection for you, or they will be spread to other people around you, and you will become this mass spreader of infection. So please don't do that. I would say CSR is not just corporate social responsibility. Manufacturers, please practice ethical businesses, but you as pharmacists and chemists, CSR stands for chemist social responsibility. So disseminate this infection. Tell people superbugs are globetrotters. They can't be stopped by immigration control. You have to stop it, and you will do that by completing the course. So even when your symptoms stop, please complete your dosage. Third is, please only sell the required amount of tablets. Now let's assume the doctor has given me a prescription and he says, take the antimicrobial for 3 days, twice a day. So how many drugs do I need? 6 tablets in total. But most often you will have all seen that people will come and buy one whole sheet and go. And that sheet likely has, 10 drugs? What do you think they're doing with it? They will mindlessly go and throw it in the dustbin. And from the dustbin, it will either end up in the sewage water or in the soil. And you remember that vicious cycle diagram I showed you? It will all come back to us. You, me, everyone. So encourage your customers to buy only the required number of drugs. What you can do to win their trust is to show them the expiry date and then cut the drug so that you're able to give them something with a lot of trust. Right? Because trust deficit is always going to be detrimental. So try and do that and make sure that anybody who comes back to the pharmacy and says, look, I have some extra drugs. Why don't all pharmacists also take this extra pledge and say, you know what, I'll take your drug back and I will help you dispose it, because you have a way of doing it, whereas a domestic household cannot do it, right? So that is something you can do. The fourth way in which you can fight these superbugs is by not selling medications from old prescriptions or from anybody who, I already spoke about without prescription, but old prescription. This is a problem. I think, you're all very busy, I understand that, but very often we don't notice the date on the prescription, right? And Indian doctors are known to scribble. But please take a moment, take 5 seconds. I know, somebody here is nodding his head and he says it looks like an ECG. I agree with you. I've also had problems deciphering that font. But try and look at the prescription date. Because if it is an old prescription, then you're unnecessarily allowing somebody to contribute to AMR. So please be aware of it. And also, if somebody comes to you as a pharmacist and asks you for help, please direct them to some doctor. Never, ever, ever give them something on your own. And also, what I want to mention here is, see, it's not just you as pharmacists, you as individuals. When you fall sick and you go to a doctor, don't just blindly follow the prescription. Ask the doctor, what do you think is my problem? And why are you giving me these drugs? Understand the rationale behind the drug. Because sometimes doctors also err, they're also humans. Are they mindlessly giving you a drug, or are they giving you drugs based on evidence? What is their reasoning and rationale for it? Because you, as a patient, have a right to know. Health, after all, is a social welfare topic. And it is something that is your right. So please try and understand what you're suffering from, why a particular drug is given to you, and whether it's actually necessary or not. By reducing the consumption, you are helping us fight these superbugs. The fifth one, this is particularly important for you. Please practice hygiene at all times, especially within your workplaces and at your home. Make sure there is clean drinking water. Make sure that you wash your hands, particularly if you come in contact with a patient, because you never know where they're coming from. You don't know what they're passing on to you. And also try and maintain general hygiene. So this diagram here gives you a great explanation. Every time you shake hands with someone, you're not just shaking hands with a new friend. The bacteria on your hand is shaking hands with the bacteria on the other person's hand. So they're also forming their own friendship. And remember what I told you about lateral or horizontal transmission. If you have a superbug in your hand, you very smartly allowed this little bug to transfer onto the other person's hand. So please be aware. That is why you should sanitize, you should wash your hands. And when you wash your hands, remember the 30-second rule. A full 30 seconds of rubbing with soap, okay? And especially in your pharmacies, at least once every hour, just keep one of these antiseptics handy. Just spray it. Even if you can't wipe it, just spray it. Because most of your patients come from a hospital or they come from a clinic. And these are sort of like the treasure troves of all superbugs. So you need to protect yourself, because at the end of the day, you are going back to your families at home. And also there are other people with no infections who are coming into your pharmacy. So they're coming in with the trust that you're maintaining a clean environment. So please be mindful of that. Lastly, and this is something that is both meant for you, but also for people who come to you without prescription and say, you know what, I keep getting infections so often. So if you're somebody who gets infections often, I would recommend that you get vaccinated. Vaccinations are the strongest tools, the greatest ammunition we have today against superbugs. Because prevention is always better than cure. So if you take a vaccination, you're preventing the disease, so there is no need to take an antimicrobial drug. But again, a word of caution, please make sure that you consult your doctor and work out a vaccine regime that is suited to your medical history. All right? So with this, I will conclude my talk. Very happy to take any questions whenever Bhaskaran sir permits it. But may I ask that all pharmacists present here to please, even if you don't stand up, it's all right, but pledge to yourselves, answer to your conscience and say that you will never ever sell something over the counter. And more importantly, please be mindful, if somebody comes to you and says, I have extra antimicrobial drugs, I don't know how to dispose it, please take it. Because you know how to dispose it. You have a way of doing it in a systematic manner. Take it and dispose it with your old stocks. All right? That could be a great social service that you will be doing for the entire humankind. Thank you for your attention and for being such a lovely audience.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta Raghavan. It was such a very informative talk. Do you agree with me? Your claps, you got the claps. Madam, really, it's like you have really literally taken us to the classrooms. Remembering, you have brushed our knowledge. It's like today, it's like before final exam, it's like a revision for us. Tomorrow, any question on antibiotics will get 100 marks. Thank you so much, so informative. We'll come to the question hour at the end of the session. Okay, we are really running short of time. So we'll go to the other topic. AMR, antimicrobial resistance, remains one of the 10 top global public health threats facing humanity, associated with increase in deaths in 2019. Without preventive measures, it is estimated that by 2050, deaths will increase to approximately 10 million per year. This is a serious concern. AMR could potentially become the world's primary cause of death. Please note, AMR could potentially become the world's primary cause of death. AMR is also a threat to global economy, with the impact on international trade, healthcare costs and productivity predicted. If no action is taken, AMR could cost the world economy USD 100 trillion by 2050. Resistant microbes double the probability of developing a complication and triple the risk of death compared to non-resistant forms. The development of resistant by microbes causing, among others, tuberculosis, HIV and hospital infections impose the main brunt of this problem on low and middle income countries. But all countries, regardless of their economic situation, the strength of their healthcare, or level of antibiotic consumption will face disastrous consequences if the spread of AMR is not contained. To understand the global scenario of AMR, we have subject expert Dr. Merlin Wilcox. He is a clinical lecturer at the University of Southampton, UK. A small introduction about him. He is a general practitioner and clinical lecturer in general practice at the University of Southampton, UK. He is a part of the team that is working on antimicrobial stewardship in primary healthcare for the past 30 years and has got lots of grants for research. He is on the virtual mode from London. He'll be talking on the topic Global Lessons in Tackling AMR. Let's hear it from Dr. Merlin Wilcox, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
You hear me?
You can start your presentation.
Yes, can you hear me okay? Okay, so thank you very much for your kind invitation to speak at this really important meeting. So I'm going to share some experiences on antibiotic stewardship in primary healthcare, mainly from the UK point of view. As the chair rightly said, I'm a GP based in the UK and I'm a clinical lecturer at the University of Southampton. This is a brief plan for my presentation. I'm going to talk a bit about the challenge of antimicrobial resistance, although you've already had an excellent presentation on that from Dr. Sweater. I'm then going to talk a bit about the problem of overuse of antibiotics and then share 5 strategies which we use in the UK to reduce overuse of antibiotics in primary healthcare, and then maybe discuss some next steps. So as the chair has just said, it's predicted that by 2050 there will be 10 million deaths every year from antibiotic resistance, which will be more than deaths from cancer and all the other important diseases. So this is a really important problem and it's urgent to deal with it now. We know that high levels of use of antibiotics correlate with high levels of resistance. So this is a plot for each dot represents one country in Europe. This is just European countries. And along the x-axis here, you have the number of antibiotic courses being given per 1,000 inhabitants daily. And along the y-axis, you have the percentage of bacteria, Streptococcus pneumoniae, which are resistant to penicillin. And you can see that here, right at the top, there's France. It has high levels of use of penicillin, high levels of resistance. The UK is doing a bit better down here. We have much lower levels of use and lower levels of resistance. So at country level, I'm sure this is the same globally, not just in Europe. The more antibiotics we use, the more antibiotic-resistant bacteria we have, for the reasons that Sweater has already explained. At the individual level, this is also a problem. So this is results from a meta-analysis about antibiotic prescription in primary care. What you can see is that if you have had an antibiotic within the last 2 months for a urine infection, you're 2.5 times more likely to have a resistant infection again. And similarly for respiratory infections, RTIs, if you've had an antibiotic within the last 2 months, you are at 2.5 times the risk of having a resistant bacteria causing a respiratory infection. And even within the last 12 months, if you've taken an antibiotic, especially for a respiratory infection, you're still 2.4 times more likely to get another infection, this time with a resistant bacteria. So we know that overuse of antibiotics is important, not only at the population level, but also at the individual level. So we know also, as Sweater has said, that antibiotic overuse is very high everywhere, but including India. These are some statistics I found from different publications. So upper respiratory tract infections, which, by the way, are mostly caused by viruses, are the most common reason for antibiotic use. More than 20% of antibiotics are used for these infections, which mostly do not need antibiotics. Over 50% of the antibiotics used in India are broad spectrum, and Sweater already explained why that is harmful, because you're going to get more bacteria becoming resistant. And then some studies from Delhi showed that there was at least one antibiotic prescription for 39% of patients coming to private retail pharmacies or public facilities, for 43% of patients visiting private clinics, and for 69% of patients with acute diarrhea. And we also know that some people can obtain antibiotics even without a prescription. So I'm going to talk you through 5 strategies to reduce overuse of antibiotics in primary health care. The first one is training clinicians on guidelines and on communication skills. The second one is audit and feedback. Thirdly, point of care tests. Fourthly, advice to delay antibiotics. And then lastly, alternative treatments for symptom relief. Okay, so firstly, training clinicians on guidelines and communication skills. Most guidelines already recommend not to use antibiotics for upper respiratory tract infections and for diarrhea, but those guidelines are often not followed, and that's the same across many countries. But there is various studies showing that training clinicians on the guidelines can reduce antibiotic use. So in one study in China, for example, use of antibiotics for upper respiratory infections was reduced from 82% to 40% through simple training. In a study in Europe, which included the UK, there was a 31% reduction in antibiotics for lower respiratory infections after training people on consultation skills. So that's not just training on the guidelines, it's training people how to speak to patients, how to explain to patients that actually they don't need an antibiotic for this illness. But some people reported that their symptom control was a bit worse, and so the study recommended more research on improving symptom control. I'll come to that in a minute. So secondly, audit and feedback. In the UK, we have a system where all GP practices get feedback on their levels of antibiotic prescribing, and you're compared against your colleagues and your peers to encourage you to prescribe more responsibly and more appropriately. Audit and feedback was an integral part of the GRACE intro training intervention, which was done in Europe. That's the one I mentioned that reduced antibiotic prescribing by 31%, using peer-led local audits and peer discussion. And there's a study that was done in Sudan as well, showing that a similar approach can also significantly reduce antibiotic overuse when you combine it with a face-to-face interactive educational feedback. So it works also in low middle income countries. So thirdly, what about point of care testing? So CRP has been researched quite a lot. A low CRP level can rule out a bacterial infection and can help you to avoid antibiotics. But we still don't use it very widely in the UK for various reasons. Number one, the machine is quite expensive. Currently it costs about £2,500 for one machine, and obviously you would need one in every health centre. The tests are also expensive. And if you have a high CRP level, it's not very specific. So you need clinical assessments to work out really, does this patient have a serious infection or not? For example, once I came back from a trip to Africa, I had a fever. I was worried I might have malaria. I went to the hospital. They did a blood test, no malaria. My CRP was very high. But in fact, I just had a viral infection and I got better without any antibiotics or without any specific treatments. So a high CRP is not very specific. There is a semi-quantitative natural flow test for CRP, which does not require a machine, but it hasn't been very widely evaluated yet. But now, point of care testing for group A streptococcus is perhaps more promising. So certainly in the UK, fear of group A strep is the main reason why people prescribe antibiotics for patients with a sore throat or tonsillitis. And I believe that is similar in many countries across the world, especially where complications are maybe more common, like rheumatic fever. And yet we know that less than 20% of patients with sore throats actually have group A strep, even in low middle income countries. So tests in various studies have shown that tests for group A strep can reduce antibiotic prescriptions by 25% with no increase in complications from group A strep. The tests available now, some of them are very sensitive, very specific, and they're not so expensive. So in the UK, the cost of these tests is £2 per test, and you don't need a machine. It's like doing a COVID test. You take a throat swab, you mix it with some reagents, and then you put it on a strip. And if you have 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative, like a COVID lateral flow test. So this may be quite helpful for people who are concerned about particularly sore throat and group A strep. Now, the fourth strategy is using a recommendation for delayed antibiotics, or just in case. So this is quite useful when the patient is expecting antibiotics, but a bacterial infection is unlikely, or the patient might find it difficult to return if they get worse. So you can say to the patient, well, look, I don't think you need antibiotics, but here's a prescription, and in case you get worse, then you can take it. So we recommend this approach in the UK now for many different types of infections. All patients with otitis media, if it's been lasting less than 4 days, all patients with a sore throat, if their fever pain score is 2 or 3, that's a clinical scoring system we use for evaluating the severity. Patients with sinusitis that's been lasting more than 10 days, but they have no serious symptoms. Patients with an acute cough at high risk of complications. Those without a high risk of complications, we just don't give antibiotics at all. So it's quite easy, but people do need to do it properly, and this is where training and communication skills can be helpful. Firstly, reassuring the patients that they do not need antibiotics for their illness. Explaining the reasons not to use antibiotics. It can cause side effects, it can cause an allergy, and it can cause resistance. Thirdly, offering other alternatives for symptom relief, like paracetamol or other treatments, and I'll talk about this a bit more in a minute. And then giving patients a realistic idea of the duration of the illness. So many patients seem to think their illness will get better a lot quicker than actually is the reality. So these figures are from the research showing the average duration. Otitis media, the average duration is 3 to 4 days. For sore throat, it's 1 week. For sinusitis, it's 2 weeks. And for an acute cough or acute bronchitis, it's 3 weeks. I get so many patients who come and say to me after 1 week, this cough, I must have a chest infection. It's been lasting for 1 week already. Well, that's normal. The average is 3 weeks. So if it's been lasting only 1 week, that doesn't mean it's a serious infection. It doesn't mean you need antibiotics. So it's important to reinforce the key message to only start using the antibiotics if it's getting worse, or if it's not even starting to improve in the expected average time. And then, of course, finishing with a rescue message, which is safety netting. So that means telling patients, if you get worse, so if you develop a high fever and serious shortness of breath or chest pain, then come back or go and see another doctor, for example. And there's a Cochrane review showing that this approach of delayed antibiotics reduces the antibiotic use from 93% in those people who are given an immediate prescription to 32% in those given a delayed prescription. That's a huge reduction in antibiotic use. And yet the patients are more or less have the same levels of satisfaction. 87% of patients are still satisfied with their consultation, and there's no increase in complications. So this is a very promising approach if people can accept it and if it's well communicated. So lastly, and this is really important as a way of supporting the delayed antibiotic approach, evidence-based treatments to improve symptom control. So we know paracetamol can help for fever or pain, and ibuprofen also, although some studies suggest that ibuprofen may increase reconsultations. But there's also the possibility of using herbal medicines. So our team in Southampton has done now more than 10 systematic reviews of randomized clinical trials, looking at the evidence on different herbal medicines for common infections. I'm going to share just a couple with you. So this plant, I believe, comes from India, Andrographis paniculata. It's also used in China. And it has really quite good evidence that it provides symptomatic relief for acute respiratory tract infections in adults and in children. So here are a few results from that review. So the time to resolution of cough in the patients taking andrographis compared to those taking usual care was 3.5 days shorter. The patients got better 3.5 days before those who were taking usual care. And that's, by the way, much better than antibiotics. Antibiotics, the difference is much smaller. It's like maybe 12 to 24 hours maximum, less than 1 day. This is a slightly complicated plot, but it basically shows that andrographis is better than placebo for overall symptom relief, for treatment of cough, and for sore throat. And this is a plant which has been used in India in Ayurvedic medicine for thousands of years, and you have it at your fingertips. So why not use it? Another example is berberine. I believe this is also available in India. It's a constituent of several medicinal plants. And again, this systematic review shows that those people who took berberine were significantly more likely to be cured of diarrhea on day 3 of their illness in children and in adults. So those are just a couple of examples. I'm sure there are many more examples which you probably know better than me. So in summary, these are 5 strategies which I think we could use to reduce overuse of antibiotics in primary health care: training clinicians on guidelines and communication skills, audit and feedback, point of care tests, advice to delay antibiotics, and alternative treatments for symptom relief. I'll be very interested in your feedback, in your discussion, in your thoughts. Can any of these strategies be used or adapted in India? How could clinicians or pharmacists or drug shops or patients be encouraged to follow guidelines on the appropriate use of antibiotics? What would be the best way of monitoring antibiotic use and feeding back to clinicians, pharmacists, drug shops? Do you have rapid tests for Group A strep in India? Are they available? Are they affordable? Can patients be advised to delay antibiotics when they don't really need them? And could Ayurvedic medicine be integrated into clinical guidelines for management of common infections when antibiotics are not indicated? So these are questions I'm asking you. I don't know the answers, but I would be very interested in your thoughts. And if you have any questions for me, I will be very happy to try and answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Martin Wilcox. It was very informative. You have enlightened us on the AMR and the challenges on the global front. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next speaker. Before that, sir is on the line. Commissioner Sir, Shri D. Randeep Sir is online. I request him to address the August gathering. Sir, please. Shri D. Randeep Sir, Commissioner, Health and Family Welfare Services, Government of Karnataka. He's here to address. We are trying to connect. Sir. Audible? Sir, please, sir. Audible. Sir, we are not.
ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಡೇ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹೂ ಕಮ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ದಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು AMR ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಆಂಟಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಕೊನೆ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾತ್ರ ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇಂಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಮಿನೇಟ್ ಸೇಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ಡೆತ್ಸ್, ಈವನ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ morbidity on account of antibiotics not working due to indiscriminate use, overdosage, incomplete use of the drugs. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ. As a pharmacist, please ensure the rules of the department are followed. ಯಾವ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಓವರ್ ದ ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇನ್ ದ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಡೋಸೇಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟು ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕೇರಳ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇತರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಕ್ಷಮತೆ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೋಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ರನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ರನ್. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಾವು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ವರದಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. And we should ensure that public are aware what is the role of antibiotic, in what dosage it is to be taken. Excess ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತ ಮಹತ್ವವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀರ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿಲಿ ದ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಅಪ್ ಅಂಡ್ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ವೀಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಅನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತಲುಪಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬೇರೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೆ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಈ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಾನು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಒಂದು ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಗೆ ನೀಡಿರಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಅಂಡ್ ನಮ್ಮ AMR ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ DD ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸರ್ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆಯುಕ್ತರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನು ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವುದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ದೆನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್. ಯಾವುದು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಅದು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆಯುಕ್ತರು ಬಿಡುವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಸಹ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಸಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ AMR ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಥರ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರೋಯಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯೋಜಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಲಾಟ್ಸ್. ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ.
So thank you, sir. We'll continue with the technical session. The phenomenon of antimicrobial resistance refers to the ability of microorganisms such as bacteria, virus, fungi, and parasites to evolve and become resistant to the drugs which are previously effective against them. This resistance primarily stems from the misuse and overuse of antimicrobials in humans, animals, and even in the environment. The ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research Annual Report 2021 found that Klebsiella pneumonia susceptibility to imipenem has decreased from 65% in 2016 to 43% 2021. This is a reality. This is the figure which has been given by as per the ICMR 21 report. And E. coli susceptibility to imipenem has decreased from 86% in 2016 to 64% in 2021. This ICMR report also found that isolates of E. coli and Klebsiella pneumonia has a resistant resistant to carbapins were also resistant to other antimicrobials, making it difficult to treat carbapin-resistant infections. Similarly, a study found that the sensitivity of Klebsiella pneumonia to meropenem decreased from 15% in 2018 to 2.5% in 2022. While the sensitivity of Klebsiella to colistin decreased from 96% in 2018 to 28% in 2022. It's a really alarming situation. This AMR situation continues to escalate in India due to several key issues. To speak on the topic AMR in hospital setting and case studies on AMR, we have with us the subject expert, Dr. Uma M, State Nodal Officer, AMR Health and Family Welfare Services, Karnataka. A small introduction about her. She doesn't require any introduction, but few lines about her. She is MBBS, MD Community Medicine, and as PG Diploma in Cardiology to her credit. She has 25 years experience working in government health facilities at various levels like Senior Specialist, ICU, Cardiology at KCG Hospital, Chief Medical Officer at Central Prison Hospital, currently working in the post of Bacteriologist, IDSP Arogya Sauda. She is also the Nodal Officer for National Program for Containment of AMR in Karnataka, State Co-Coordinator for STEMI Karnataka Heart Attack Management Program. Let's hear it from Dr. Uma. Madam, please.
Thanks, Bhaskar sir, for this nice introduction about me. And namaskara ella pharmacist bandhugalige. And so due respects to all the senior officers of drug control department, sir. And first and foremost, I start off my talk with thanking the drug control officers and the department and the team for having arranged such a wonderful and a beautiful live on YouTube sessions for all the pharmacists across the state. Special thanks to Drug Controller Sir, Assistant Drug Controller Sir, Amresh Tumbigi Sir, and Bhaskar Sir, and the entire team of Drug Control. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯ ರೂವಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು. ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಕೋಟಿ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಇರಲಿ ಅದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. So the main drive was Health Minister Sahib, and along with him our health officers and our department officers, the IAS officers, Principal Secretary, Commissioner, MD, Director Madam, and our whole team along with Dr. Shweta. So all of us together here. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಠ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ಅವರು ನಿಮಗೆ ವಿವರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮರ್ಲಿನ್ ವಿಲ್ಕಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀವು ಫಾರ್ಮಕಾಲಜಿ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ನ ನಾವು MBBS ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಗಿಂತಲೂ ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀರ. ನಾನು ಪ್ರಮಾಣವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಈ ಫಾರ್ಮಸ್ಯೂಟಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಯರಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಡ್ರೈ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ MBBS ಇರೋರಿಗೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಸಿಯಾಲಜಿ, ಫಾರ್ಮಕಾಲಜಿ, ಫಾರ್ಮಕೋಥೆರಪಿ, ಫಾರ್ಮಕೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ಸ್, ಫಾರ್ಮಕೋಕೈನೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇನು ನಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಮೋರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ವಿತ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಯೂಶ್ವಲಿ ವಿ ಗಿವ್ ಲೆಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಟಿಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅನ್ಲೆಸ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಚೇರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವೋ ದೆನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ದಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೌ ಫಾರ್ಮಕಾಲಜಿ ಈಸ್, ಹೌ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಕಾಲಜಿ ವಾಸ್, ನಾವು ಏನೇನು ಕಲ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ರಿಯಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆವಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲಾಗಿ ತಮಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರುತ್ತಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಹಾಗೆ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ಗಳ ಡೀನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ, ನಾವೊಂದು ಎರಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟು ಮೊದಲನಾಗಿ ಮುಟ್ತೀನಿ. ಕಡೆಯದು ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಇದು ಹೊಸ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ದಶಕಗಳಿಂದ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಈಗಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಆಗಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದೇನು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವಾಗ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟೈಸೇಷನ್ಗಳಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋ ಒನ್ ಬೈ ಒನ್. ನಾನು ಕೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ತಾವುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಯು ಆರ್ ಒನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಡಿಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಫಾರ್ಮಸ್ಯೂಟಿಕಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತಮ್ಮ ಪಾತ್ರನೂ ತುಂಬ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋಸ್ನಿಂದ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಸಮ್ವೇರ್ ಎನಿವೇರ್ ಅವ್ರು ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಫಾಲ್ ಇಲ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಮಗೆ ಹುಷಾರು ತಪ್ಪಿದಾಗ ನೀವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು, ಈಗ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕರ್ನೋರಿ ಆರ್ಟ್ರಿ ಬೈಪಾಸ್, CABG ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಸರ್ಜರೀಸ್ಗಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬೋನ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೋ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದಾಗಿ ರಿಕವರ್ ಆಗೋ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿಂದ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಲೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಇದು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಅರಿವಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದಲ್ವಾ. ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಯಿತು ಸರ್ಜರಿ, ಆದರೆ ICUನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ರಿಕವರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್, ಯಾಕೆ ಸೆಪ್ಸಿಸ್ಸು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಟರ್ಮು ಮಲ್ಟಿ ಆರ್ಗನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಡೆಯದಾಗಿ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಅನಾಹುತ ಆಗಿ ಅವರು ಮೇಲ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಲೇಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ದ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅವೇರ್ ಅಬೌಟ್. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೇಳಿರಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ರೂ ಆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನನಗೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈವ್ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸಿಂದ ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಲೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿ ಅನ್ ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲೇ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೀಗ್ಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸರ್ಜರಿ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು, ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಯಿತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯಿತು, ಆದರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಇವಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ OPD ಎಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ OPDಗಳು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಇನ್ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ಆ ಇನ್ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಡೇ ಕೇರ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ICU ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಈವನ್ OPDಸ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. OPDಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೇ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ಯಾಕೋ ಬೇದಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಸರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ನೋಡಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಅವರನ್ನು ಖಂಡಿತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಕೊಡೋ ಒಂದು 2 ಎಲ್ಡೋಪರ್ ಕೊಡಪ್ಪ, ಒಂದು 2 ಮೆಟ್ರೋಜಿಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕಳಿಸು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟ್ರೋಜಿಲ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಟಿನಿಡಿಸೋಲ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ನಿಡಿಸೋಲ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ? ಹೌದು, ಖುಷಿ, ಅದೊಂದು 2 ಎಲ್ಡೋಪರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು 2 ಮೆಟ್ರೋಡಿಸೋಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಮಾರನೇ ದಿವಸ ಅವನು ಆರಾಮಾಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಹೌದು ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಹೋದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಈವನ್ ಕಾಫ್ ಕೋಲ್ಡಿಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅದು ವೈರಲ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನಿಂದ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದೊಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಲೈವ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಈಗ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಥಿಂಕ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಎ ಟಿಕ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಂಬ್. ಇದು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಚ್ಚರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಮೇ ಬೇರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಡಿಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮೇ ಬೇರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮೇ ಬೇರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಹೆಟ್ರೋಜಿನಸ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಅನ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಪಾತ್ರ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಫೇಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ಗರ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಆಯುಷ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ವಾಕ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೈ ದ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು? ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಿ ಆರ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನೌ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲೀನಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಓನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ನಾವು ಇದೊಂದು ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ರಿಯಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೀನಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟರೂ ಸಾಕು. ಇವತ್ತು 14,000 ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲೈವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, 14,000ಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ 14,000 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದಿಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್, be it one step ahead or just 2 steps ahead. Doing smaller and little things, we will be able to bring in more things. But it should start somewhere from now at least and from ourselves at least. Okay. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತರೆಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ಸ್, ಇದು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ದೂರದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಈ ಥರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು 80-year-old ಮೇಲ್, ಈಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 80 ವರ್ಷ ಇದೆ. ಕ್ರಾನಿಕ್ ಸೈನುಸೈಟಿಸ್ ಭಾಳ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇದೆ. ಇನಿಷಿಯಲಾಗಿ ಮಾಕ್ಸಿಸಿಲಿನ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನಂತರ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯೂಶಲಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಗೆ ಸೀಕ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅವರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ತಡೆಯೋಷ್ಟಿರಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲವರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ 2 ದಿವಸ 3 ದಿವಸ ಆನಂತರ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೊಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾಳ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಇರೋರು, ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೇನೂ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಈ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು, ಆ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿರೋ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನನಗೆ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರದೊಂದು ಗುಂಪಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆಗ ಅಮಾಕ್ಸಿಸಿಲಿನ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಫ್ಲೂರೋಕ್ವಿನೋಲೋನ್ಸ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಅದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಷಗಳಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಫಲೋಸ್ಪೋರಿನ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್, ಬೀಟಲಾಕ್ಟಮ್ಸ್, ಈಗ ಅದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಲಿಂಕೋಸಮೈಡ್ಸ್ ಈಗ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಂತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 80 years ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರದ್ದಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ವಾಟ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ 60-year-old ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತಿನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್, ನಾನ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕಬಲ್ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್, ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಡಯಾಬಿಟೀಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸಿಪಿನ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಮ್ಯುನೋ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಗ್ಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಅದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಯೂರಿನರಿ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಕಿನ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಫಂಗಲ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಐ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟಿವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಸ್ ಇರೋರು ನೀವು ಏನೇ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ, ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲಿರಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಮತ್ತೊಂದಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಡಯಟ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಎನ್ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ದಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಶುಗರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವಿದಿನ್ ದ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್. ಫಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಶುಗರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 110 to 120, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್-ಪ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡಿಯಲ್ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಶುಗರ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಸ್ ಇರೋರಿಗೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ 130 ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್-ಪ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡಿಯಲ್ ಶುಗರ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 160 to 180, ಅರೌಂಡ್ 200ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಸೇಫರ್ ಗೇಮ್, ಸೇಫರ್ ಪ್ಲೇ. ಈ ಥರ ಬೇರೆ ಫಂಗಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ಯಾರಸೈಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ವೈರಸ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ ಸೋಕಿನಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರೋರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಬೇಕು. ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯೂರಿನರಿ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇವರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಲ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅವರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, ಅ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಹೂ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಫೀವರ್ ವಿತ್ ಚಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಸಿ ಎಸಿಂಪ್ಟಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಇನ್ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಸ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂಥ ಸಿಂಪ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ ಅವ್ರು ಫಿಗರ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಹಂಗಿದಾಗ ಫೀವರ್ ವಿತ್ ಚಿಲ್ಸಿಂದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಕೌಂಟ್ರ್ ಹತ್ರ, ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಪ್ಯಾರಾಸಿಟಮಾಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ಡೋಲೋ 650 ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಚಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂದಾಗ ಇದು CPM, ಸೆಟ್ರಿಸಿನ್ನೋ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 1-2 ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಇಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ಥರ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಆಗಿ ಲೇಟರ್ ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಎಂಡೆಡ್ ಅಪ್ ವಿತ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸೆವೆರಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್. ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಕ್ಸೆಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಮೋರ್. ಸೊ ಈ AMR ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೋವೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ನ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಕ್ಸೆಸಿಬಲ್ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವಿಟಿನೋ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು, ಅಥವಾ ಇದೇ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ದ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೋವೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇನ್ ಲೋ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ವೇರ್ ದ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. ಈಗ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು 1,500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ 2,000 ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದ್ರ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಳ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸದ್ಯದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸ್ಬೋದಾ? ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದೊಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಏನಾಯಿತು, ರಿಪೀಟೆಡ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಓರಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ IV ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸು. ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೈಯರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಲೇಟರ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಫೌಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಸಫರಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪೈಲೋನೆಫ್ರೈಟಿಸ್. ಪೈಲೋನೆಫ್ರೈಟಿಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಯೂರಿನರಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟಿಲ್ ದಿ ಕಿಡ್ನೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ಹಾಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಶಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಇನ್ ಫಾರ್ ರೀನಲ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಯಾಲಿಸಿಸ್, ಅದು ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದು ಮನೇಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಆಗಿ ಡಯಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಐ ಬೆಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ಅವೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟ್ ಡಯಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಪೇನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಅಂತ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಯು. ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅ ವೆರಿ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ who's been diabetic for 30 years and again who wants repeatedly taking medicines from a quack kind of a doctor, unqualified person, because he uses what drugs we don't know, nobody knows. That's why medical history not known anta hakidinalli. Later he suddenly succumbed to fever with low platelet count, low blood count anta. ಅದನ್ನು ಇವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಆ ಇವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸಿಸ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು 3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಖರ್ಚಾಯಿತು ಆಯಿತಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಟು ನೋ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹಿ ಸಫರಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಎಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಎನಿಮಿಯಾ. ಎಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಎನಿಮಿಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೋನ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೋ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬೋನ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೋಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಳಿ ರಕ್ತ ಕಣ, ಕೆಂಪು ರಕ್ತ ಕಣ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನದ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿನೇ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆನ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಂತು. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬಬ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇಂಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ, ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೋನ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೋ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟಿವ್ ಸನ್ ಡಾಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಸಿಸಿ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. But fortunately they tried one more medicine and right now he is on that touch wood ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋಸ್ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಗೋ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ ಡೆಪ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದೀಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಇದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಭರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದು ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು WHO ವಾಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ 10 ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆತ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ಡ್ಯೂ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ಕಂಬೈನ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ಅದರ್ ಕಾಸಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ TBಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಅರ್ಲಿಯರ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ TB ಬಂತು, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡೆಡ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ TB ಬಂತು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ಗೋ ಅಬೌಟ್? ಎಷ್ಟೋ ವರ್ಷಗಳಾಗಿದೆ ಹೊಸ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಬಂದು, ಹೊಸ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಸೊ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಆನ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯಾಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಸೋಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ, ಇದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈವನ್ ಕಾಲರಾ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮಲೇರಿಯಾ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, HIV ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾವು 30 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಶುರುವಾದಾಗ ಪೆನಿಸಿಲಿನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪೆನ್ಸಿಲಿನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಿ ಡಿಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್, ಮಚ್ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್. ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ರಾನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದಿರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದು ಏನು, ಸಿರಿಂಜಸ್ನ ನಾವು ರೀಬಾಯ್ಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ಸಿರಿಂಜಸ್ಸು ಪೌಡರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ರೀಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಆ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಈ ಥರ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದಾಗಲಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪಯೋಡರ್ಮಾ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಡೀಪ್ ವೂಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳಾಗಲಿ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿರೋ ರೆಜಿಮೆನ್ನು ಡೋಸೇಜ್ ಡ್ಯೂರೇಷನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. But over a period of time, when technology has been improving and when research is going on, lot of innovations, new molecules are coming up, easy consumption, easy going, and ee thara ella aadaga somewhere again we are looking for shortcuts, sir. Looking for shortcuts everywhere. We going for shortcuts. It seems to that probably the road ahead also we are looking for shortcuts anbidutte. So let us not go by that. ಈಗ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಪರ್ ಸೇ. ಇದೊಂದು ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ಅವ್ರು ತೋರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಶಿ ಸೆಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್. ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ್ಯನಿಮಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಆಕ್ವಾಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಪೌಲ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೇರಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಬೂಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್. So when it boosts production, it's money making and it's business anta. So ee thara iddaga unknowingly all those antibiotics which are used as growth promoters in various fields are being shed back into the water and the soil because it's excreted in the urine and feces. So all this again is becoming a cycle. So it's just not one entity, it's one ecosystem. It's the nature and the ecosystem as such. ಇದು ಒಂಚೂರು ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕು. ಹಂಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಸೇವಿಸೋ ಆಹಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸೇವಿಸೋ ಹಣ್ಣು ತರಕಾರಿಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ಮಾಂಸಾಹಾರಿ ತರಕಾರಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ನಾ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ಐ ಸಿ ಯು ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗೇನ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 20% ಅಂತ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾನ್ ಐ ಸಿ ಯೂಸ್ನಲ್ಲೂ 5 to 10 times ಮೋರ್ ಅಂತ. ಇಷ್ಟಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ತಳಿಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಸೂಪರ್ಬಗ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇವೆ. ಓಕೆ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದು ಈ ಥರದ್ದಿದೆ ಈ ಥರದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸದ್ಯದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಬಿ ಅಲರ್ಟ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಬಾಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೂಪರ್ಬಗ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯಿತು, ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಮಿಸ್ಯೂಸು, ಓವರ್ ಯೂಸು, ಅಂಡರ್ ಯೂಸು, ಅದು ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ಗೋ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನೀವು ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟರ್. ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್, ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟರ್ಸ್, ರೈಟ್? ಓಕೆ, ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದಟ್ drug control department also is a regulatory thing for manufacturers of pharmacy and pharmaceutical products. Haudalva? Adalde disposal also is the regulatory, I mean drug control is regulatory for disposal of the pharmacy and pharmaceutical. So the entire gamut of this molecules, antibiotics irbodu, antimicrobials irbodu, it comes within the purview of drug control department. And you are all a major stakeholders of this drug control department. So ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ಆರ್ ದಿ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರ್. ಅದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಬೇರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಸರಿ ಹೊಂದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸೇ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇದು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ, ಇದು ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಇದು ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಚೇಂಜ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಲ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವೇ ಇಟ್ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ಡ್. ಬಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೂ ನಾವು ತಾಳ್ಮೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಗೋ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಅಹೆಡ್ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಈಸಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಸಸ್ ಟು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಓವರ್ ದ ಕೌಂಟರ್. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಸಿಗುವಾಗ ಕಷ್ಟ ಏನಿದೆ? ಸೊ ಇದೊಂದು ಮೇನ್ ಕಾರಣ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಅಂತೂ ನಾವು ಎಜಿಥ್ರೋಮೈಸಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಕಾಮನ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಕು ಎಜಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್, ಎಜಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಎಜಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಸಿ. ಓಕೆ, ನಾವು ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಡಾಕ್ಸಿಸೈಕ್ಲಿನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಇವರು ಅಂತ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಕ್ಸು ಗೊತ್ತು, ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾವುಲನೇಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾವ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾವ್ವರೆಗೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಡೆಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅನದರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದೀಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್. ಯೂಶ್ವಲಿ ಅವರು 2 ದಿವಸ 3 ದಿವಸ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಡೆಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಬಿಕಾಸ್ to have their success surgery, they go in for moxiclav as a direct antibiotic. Earlier moxicillin ಅಥವಾ moxicillin ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಈಗ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ that is one thing. So self medication is another thing. Empirical but incorrect use of antibiotics ಅಂದರೆ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇದು ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ನಿರ್ಭರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟರಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್, ಇದು ಓವರ್ ದ ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ಸ್, ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಹೆಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ H1 ಡ್ರಗ್. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟರಿ ಮೆಷರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇನ್ಮೇಲಿಂದಾದರೂ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಲೈನ್ ವೇ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೊಂದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅನ್ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ದ ಸೇಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಲಾರ್ಜ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟೀಸ್. ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಹೌದು, ಇದು ಕೂಡ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಯೂಸ್ ಬೈ ನಾನ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡರ್ಸ್. ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ತಂತರ ಹೆಟರೋಜಿನಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಷನರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಭಾಗ ಆದರೆ ಅನ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಷನರ್ಸೇ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಭಾಗ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಬೈ ಒನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಒನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಒನ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೇರಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಬೈ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ದೆಮ್ಸೆಲ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಷನರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸರ್ಜನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಫಿಸಿಷಿಯನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸಿವಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಅವರಲ್ಲೂ ನಾನು ಇದು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್, ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಟೀವರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತರಬೇಕು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರದ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಇದೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಲೈನ್ ಇದೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ತರಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಜನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಅವರು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ಬೋದು ನನ್ನ ಪೇಷಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ರೀತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರವ್ರು ಕಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ನಾನು ಇದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೋಬಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ರಶ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದೇರ್ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್. ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ಗಳಿದೆ, ಈ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ನಾ ಈಗ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಬೈ ಅದರ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ವೆಲ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದು ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಟನ್ ಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ disposal is another thing. So pollution and disposal of pharmaceutical waste again is another challenge where all of us have to have a little bit of responsibility and work on it. This is one just slide to say that all the other things, ಈಗ ಈ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ನಾವು ಏನು ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಡೋಸು ಅಥವಾ ಅಂಡರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಅ ಡೋಸ್ ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ದೇ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಈವನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗರ್ ಟು ಅಡ್ಯಾಪ್ಟ್. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ, ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ನಾಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. 12.5 billion units, this was just in 2010, so fresh ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಿಸ್ highest rate of carbapenems, lincosamides, glycoproteins. These are all higher antibiotics. Okay, anything else more we have to say for this? ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ. ಎಷ್ಟು ನೀವು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ಆಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಲೋವರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಅದು ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ರಾನ್, ಕೋಟ್ರೈಮಾಕ್ಸಿಸೋಲ್ ಅಥವಾ ಇದಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಮಾಕ್ಸಿಲಿನ್ಗೂ ಹೈಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಆ ಸೇಲ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಅಂದಾಜಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ದಿ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್, ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಸೋಲ್ಡ್, ದಿ ಹೈಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ದಿ ಲೋವರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ, ರೈಟ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಫ್ಯೂ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟೀಸ್. ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಫಾರ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್, ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಬಿಗರ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರಿಯಾರಿಟೀಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕಂಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ AMR ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಂತು. ಅದರ ಅಡಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಇನ್ ಅಲೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕೇಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ GOI. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಷ್ಟೇ ಈಗ ಸೀಮಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ದಾಪುಗಾಲಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫಾರ್ಮುಲೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪುಟ್ ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್. ದರ್ ಆರ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ 6 strategic priorities, and in that I would like to concentrate on the for this crowd, optimizing the use of antibiotics where regulations, antimicrobial stewardship and surveillance is one important thing. So ಈಗಿನ ಈ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಶಾಪು, ಡ್ರಗ್ಗಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಶಾಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಹೆಲ್ಪರ್ಸ್ಗಂತ ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಈ ವಿಷಯ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರುತ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ, he or she will not be a pharmacist, but how much knowledge will they have about this red line or the red tape antibiotic which should not be sold within the prescription? ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ಬಟ್ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟೈಸೇಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ourselves, for our own people and for the public ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ somewhere we can give a start ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರೀಸೆಂಟಾಗಿ ನೆನ್ನೆನೂ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬೈ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ themselves. For whichever customer they are getting into their shops, they are giving awareness and education about the kind of food, about this AMR only. ಅಂದರೆ ಆಹಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಏನು ಎತ್ತ, ಔಷಧಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ a new initiative. Let us see how we can also adopt it for Karnataka. One Health ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಿ ಆ್ಯನಿಮಲ್ ಫುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬೇರೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಭಾಗದ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಸಮ್ವೇರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಫಾರ್ AMR ಕಂಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಅದರ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್ಗಳು, ಸಮಿತಿಗಳು ರಚನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಂಟರ್ಸೆಕ್ಟಲ್ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಂತ, ಇದು ಮೇಲಿನ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದರು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸರಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸರಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಹೂ ಗಿವ್ ದರ್ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಬೌವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ವೈಸ್ ದಿ ಕೋರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆನ್ AMR ಕಮಿಟಿ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಬಿಲೋ. ಈ ಕೋರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಈ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸಬ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ವರೆಗೂ ಅಥವಾ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ವರೆಗೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ 3 ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಹಳೇದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಕೂತು, ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಅಂಬರೀಷ್ ಸರ್ ಇರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತು, ವಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರಿವಿಸಿಟ್ ದ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಗೇನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ದು ಒಂದು ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಒಂಚೂರು ರಿವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಒಂಚೂರು ಪಾಲಿಶ್ ಮೇಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ. ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ IEC ಈ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಐ ಟೇಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಂಬರೀಷ್ sir and Bhaskar sir for having arranged this within a short period of time. Amrish sir and Bhaskar sir, thanks so much for this IEC and this kind of a workshop and sensitization program within such a short period of time and reaching vast majority of more than around 14,000. And the key driver there, Dr. Shweta, who's been here. With all this, our health minister and all our officials at the top end. And ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ we have lot more things to do, and I think I'll keep this as some of the last slides. So ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾವ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ಗಳು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ಗಳು ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಕನ್ಸಂಪ್ಷನ್ ರೇಟ್ಗಳು ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಆಡಿಟಿಂಗ್ಗಳಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಆಡಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಆಡಿಟಿಂಗ್, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬೆಲ್ ಸ್ಟೀವರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮರ್ಲಿನ್ ವಿಲ್ಸನ್ ಹಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟೀವರ್ಶಿಪ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅ ಮೇಜರ್ ರೋಲ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್. ಸೊ ತಮ್ಮ ಪಾತ್ರ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅ ಮೇನ್ ಕಾಂಪೊನೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಟೀಮ್. ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾನು ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮುಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಏನು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳಿದೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾದರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಸಮ್ವೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಅ better, cleaner and a safe environment for our future generation. So this is a request from me to you all as a human, and love and light. Thank you, gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Uma Madam. Your presentation was amazing. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಹಾರರ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಹಾರರ್ ಮೂವಿ ನೋಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಎದುರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ನಮಗೆ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಈ ಥರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಿಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಹಂಗತ್ತೆ ಹೆದರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್. ರಿಯಲಿ ಅಮೇಝಿಂಗ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್, ಇವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟುವರೆಗೂ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸಿ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ವೇಕ್ ಅಪ್ ಟುಡೇ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ಹಾರ್ಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಬದುಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಆ ಥರ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎ ಪ್ಯಾಂಡಮಿಕ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಬೀನ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತು it's high time for us to realize this. That's what, with her extraordinary presentation, we really, please put hands together for Madam. Okay, we have our last speaker. Interesting idea? Interesting idea? Interaction ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನೀವು. ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಒಂದಿದೆ, ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋಣ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ತುಂಬ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ, ನೈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ನಮಗೆ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ವಿ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸಿ ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಫೇಸ್. ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ರಿಯಲಿ ನೈಸ್. ಅವರ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಮರೀಶ್ ಸರ್, ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರ್. Strengthening drug regulation is essential to control antimicrobial use and prevent AMR. Areas of current focus include the regulation of the pharmaceutical market, imposing restrictions and control on prescribing and dispensing, and controlling marketing activities aimed at prescribers, other healthcare practitioners and users. Most developed countries categorize antimicrobial drugs as prescription-only status. In countries with these controls, antimicrobial agents are dispensed only in registered outlets by qualified person. Some countries choose strict regulations, others not. Antibiotics in our country is covered under Schedule H, and some of the antibiotics are again covered under Schedule H1, which are all prescriptional drugs, as you all know. Dr. Amrish sir, Additional Drug Controller, will present on the topic, role of pharma stakeholders for limiting antimicrobial resistance. One small introduction to him. Dr. Amrish sir has a doctorate degree from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. Also holds a PG Diploma in Quality Assurance from JSS University, Mysore. He joined the department in 1993 and raised the position of drugs assistant, additional drugs controller. He has also served as in-charge drugs controller, Karnataka. He has done a commendable job by detecting several cases, crimes, and initiated legal actions against the violators. He has played a major role to bring 26 services given by the Drug Control Department under the Sakala Amendment Act 2014 to deliver time-bound services. Also played a major role in bringing a central government-sponsored scheme for strengthening of drug regulatory system. He has rendered outstanding services to the profession of pharmacy by way of publishing articles, oral presentation, and organizing conferences at regional, national, and international levels. He is a recipient of several state and national awards from the government and NGO. Let me tell one by one. The Sarvatama Seva State Award goes to him. The Pharma Ratna Award, the Best Drugs Controller Officers Award, the Outstanding Service Award, all to his. Thank you, sir. Let's hear it from him.
So my colleague Bhaskar sir really expressed it in a bigger way about me. Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. So I will not take much time. I will try to complete within 5 minutes because already it is getting delay for all of you. So we all are fortunate. We are situated in a pharmaceutical industry and stakeholder activities, which is a very knowledge-based and a dynamic industries. It's not like others. We are in a very knowledge-based and dynamic industry, and we have done a bigger role in the supply of medicines in a bigger way. So the overall, if you see export orientation of the any commodities, pharmaceutical export comes under fourth commodity export, fourth out of top 10, it comes as a fourth top in the country. First is engineering goods, second is petrochemicals, third one is jewelers, fourth one is pharmaceutical and drugs. Fortunately, we are all on in this pharmaceutical businesses, where last turnover is around 3,44,000 crores, and out of that So 60 lakhs, 68 lakhs per times domestic only. So I feel we have done extremely well in the pharmaceutical sectors. So now the question is how far we comply with the laws is also important for us. So if you see, I don't wanted to tell you because we already seen the COVID during 2019 to 49 lakh 50,000 people died only because of antimicrobial resistance. Out of that is 1.9 lakhs for antibiotics. That means next 2050 we are going to kill, if the same thing situation goes, is 1 crore people, 10 million people, 1 crore people per year. It is nothing but more than a COVID situations where we will not be having any drugs. If AMR activities is not being considered properly and if we are not being put in place, it will lead to this thing. Just I will show you what is the, how we have came out with the system in place. If you see, so 1900, that means 1900 to 1941, where that is called, we consider it as a pre-antibiotic, where there are no antibiotics at all. So during even First World War, it was infectious diseases were treated with then pre-antibiotics, that sulfonal author. So next to, so new golden age starts only after the 1943 to 1970, where penicillin, all those things have been started. Penicillin was been clinical trial nalli because World War II nalli it was been given to soldiers who have got wounded infections just to get a trial and error method nalli. ಈ ಥರ robust system ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ they have made out that penicillin was the life-saving drug. It was when been clicked out by Fleming, Alexander Fleming. It was in a big this thing. So thereafter we have gotten Me Too drugs. That means similarity we have done it. That is period is from 1970 to 1987. During that period around 60 antibiotics have been developed and it has been this thing. After 1987, we lost all those things. So we could not continue in a bigger way with this. Now today we have an pneumonia which where we don't have any antibiotics to treat them. If it attacks, we are no more. That means we have come to a situation where certain bacteria cannot be killed by our existing antibiotics. That itself is a big challenge for us. We need to take forward how to go ahead with that. So I will not take another these things. So our stakeholders, especially for the pharma sector is concerned, I made it as a four groups. One is for pharma industry, second is pharmacy colleges, pharmacies and regulators. So pharmaceutical industry, what we expect is a quality drug of antibiotics, because last survey, if you see 2014-16, the not of standard quality drugs found is 3.16% and spurious drug is found to be 0.245%. That means if this much of drug is antibiotics or any other drug, this is not of standard qualities are moving in the market, that means we are not giving a justification to our job. We need to see that such an industry, no nil NSQ is expected by us. Responsibility of the industry is not only to promote their drugs, they need to advocate, they need to promote, they need to accelerate their use, marketing field force, see that good advocacy is given to the doctors to prescribe antibiotics rationally. So we also, they have to support with the industry, need to support with the other so AMR activities which has been done by government, NGOs, all those things. We not only making production, making antibiotics, manufacturing antibiotics, they have to make it as availability and affordability also. Industry expectation by us is lot is there, because Indian population needs to be affordable activities. We need a global interactivity because most of our pharmaceuticals are having an export business, because our export business is more than the domestic market. Certainly they will have the interaction with all those things, there should not be any issues. Research and development, because I am aware that research and development is a big big challenge for all of us, because when I saw in a leading CA report, one molecule, a biosimilar molecule or a monoclonal antibody, if we want to develop from a scratch, from target cell to this conceptualizing the product, takes around $2.4 billion. That means around 19,000 crores. That means it is not an easy job. It requires a lot of money to be invested there. So those things the manufacturer has to check a challenge, and it because basically what happens, no? So antibiotics rule runs for 10 years. If an antibiotic is identified today, maximum period for antibiotic is 10 years. Therefore, most of the people does not invest in the antibiotics, because the non-communicable diseases give a bigger way. 60% is the what we call is return on investment in case of non-communicable disease, whereas in case of antibiotics is very 10%. But only thing is my sincere advice to all in the pharma industry who have joined on the online. So we need to think on humanitarian, and we need to develop an antibiotic. We need to save this thing. We have to see that good health is maintained all over the globe. So what we expect from the industry is, these are all the 7 activities we expect from them. So we also take another stakeholder is for us is colleges. Colleges education is an important activity, because the conceptualization of the student when he came out, he should be professionally fit to handle all. It may handle all requirement of the laws. It is not that. So its competency should be on par with the global industries, global expectations, because so they should be in a position to convince to the public, citizens, consumers, that what is the complete, why the regime of complete dosage form is necessary. It's not that so only going in another form. What we expect is colleges, principals and management should who have joined in online, who have seen them already, some of them have texted me. I really thankful for all the people who have joined on online, principals who are conducting en masse in their classes. So I request all of them, you should teach your teachers as well as your students. So see that, so they take part in government programs of AMR, and benefit of the program awareness activity has to be percolated to the other citizens also, because the people who have listened today, if they does not tell the other people, so what is the AMR, how we are responsible for that, what is our standard? Because today, if one medical store stops selling, it does not make any sense in that. All medical store has to stop selling antibiotics drugs without prescriptions. That is why, because coming days will not be the same. So I request for college managements and college principals and stakeholders to see that because in most of the cases, what I have seen is research activity starts from in a foreign country starts from the colleges. For example, we have seen Covishield has been done in a Cambridge University of UK. We need to do because one molecule to come out takes around 13 to 15 years. So we need to see that another 4 or 5 years has been spent in the colleges. It has to be done in a bigger way there. They have to develop a molecule, at least scratch molecule, candidate molecule. If they bring out it, they can make it as a commercializations. With the 5 stakeholder responsibility of colleges, I request all the principals and managements, so look into that. And students, please, you see that the activities of AMR is percolated to all your family members and your friends. So, and it gives a very big boost to the AMR programs. Secondary is pharmacy, where today we have seen around 14,000 people who have registered in this is out of that, because they have given as a pharmacist. We asked what is their profession, they have registered as a pharmacist. So now the pharmacist, so because whether we are there or you are there, or we have all of us, we have a responsibilities. Dispensing of antibiotic responsibility is a must for everybody. It needs to be dispensed with due care. It is not that. So that was the time when during COVID, government of India itself allowed certain drugs to be sent by door delivery. Now it is not like that. It has to be done in a, so after seeing the prescription only, we need to be dispense it. And I expect, so we, especially all antibiotics, antivirals, antifungals, anti-parasites are sold with prescription, with a due diligence. You are expected to sell them, because so one thing is true: if you are giving a shortcut route, if for any other things, it leads to another problem, because one man getting resistant pathogens, it definitely will transmit to others. We all have got experience during COVID. One COVID cell has created all of us in the bigger way. One man who died in Gulbarga has made in a bigger way for others also. In India's first case. The same way we need to be looked into, because already I told you pneumonia case where there is no antibiotics today. We all have reached their level. It is not that we are in this position. We need to see that all our antibiotics are sold with a proper due diligence. It is day has come. So because we have got our own the system in place to tackle the issues. So with respect to regulatory is concerned, we have a lot of responsibilities, because my colleagues who have already joined in this thing, Zoom by virtually in the YouTube activities. What I suggest is we need to grant licenses. We need to supervise their sale also. We need to monitor the activities of antibiotics. Already our drugs controller has sent a circular to all our officers during their inspections. A minimum of one antimicrobials has to be verified for stock, sell, and purchases. If any violation is there, we have already instructed them to see that proper action is taken against the license holders, because it is we have to work together. I sincerely request all pharma dealers to cooperate in this and see that so no antimicrobials is sold without any prescriptions. It is my sincere request. It is not this thing, because we are already given instruction, because so it may lead to some other before tomorrow. Today we don't have one bacteria in any drug. Tomorrow another 4 or 5 comes, we will not be in a position to talk to you also. That's what we are expecting, and we will see that what best it can be done also. See, we have seen forgotten antibiotics also I have added, because WHO came out with one of the most important antibiotics which has been used earlier have been forgotten. Now we have made as an assess, aware and recover. So these are all the things where we need to take care of it. Because last time, last July, I saw entire Hyderabad, there was no sulfonyl tablets. They are forced to ask us to send it from here and send it out, and it has been treated and it is there. That's the reason government, WHO during 2019 to 23, they made around 250 drugs which are considered under assess, watch and reverse classifications. Because antibiotics we have done, we have registered in some other for antibiotics, they will not be registered for an older molecules. We need to do all the combination and take care of it. So what I expect is, so I request a minimum of, if you go to the WHO site, there are certain antibiotics which have been already given in the, so assess, watch and recovery portal, download it, and 250s are there. Minimum quantity, if you stock it out, that will become a big advantage for us. Because certain drugs, when all drugs fails, so certain drugs, old drugs, people, doctors are trying. It is not that, and it is succeeding also. It is not that sulfona, which is now outdated, it is now acting, and people are enjoying it also. They came out, recovered it also. I am not exaggerating, because these are all the cases where we have come across it. See, because of obvious reasons, manufacturer have already stopped certain products which have been licensed by us. All antibiotics are not manufactured, because most of them are little time consuming activities for them. So combating activities we all have done, and we sincerely request to comply of the laws and see that no antibiotics sold and the activities have been done. Way forward is, I request all stakeholders, including we or you or anybody, to comply with the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, and we need to create all of us in a bigger way to all citizens also, because I have seen some of the doctors writes 2 tablets, 3 tablets. We need to convince them, we need to tell them also. If such things are there, which doctor is writing, so you please inform us. My number is already there in the website. It is 94485 So that is already there in the website, and also I announced it. It will be in the YouTube. You can use it and give it back to us. We will see that what best it can be done and how to readdress it also, because the purpose of this thing is, so every stakeholders, it may be a doctor, it may be a pharmacist, it may be a manufacturer, it may be a consumer. Everybody has got their own rules in the limiting the antimicrobial resistance. It is not that only one man, because what we have seen is 50% antimicrobial resistance, out of 100%, 50% comes to the clinical side. Another 50% goes to the agriculture, fisheries, that side. Out of 50%, pharmacy contributes around 40% to 30%. That means 15 to 20% responsibility lies on us. That has to be handled by us. That has to be taken care and see that it will be addressed properly, and in future it has to be stopped out, because today's situation is so, this thing, government expects a lot in this thing. No antibiotics is expected to sell without prescription, and door delivery should be stopped immediately. If anything is there, you please give us information, we will handle it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. The information was elaborate and it was self-explanatory. I think so. We have clearly stated what is our role and responsibility to move forward. This is what is the way forward. I think so. We have understood this. Okay. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come onto the stage. It's time. I request all the stakeholders to be kindly seated. It's a time for honoring the guests. I request our drugs controller, Sri Bagoji Kanapure sir, and our additional drugs controller, Dr. Amrish Tumgi sir, and Dr. Uma to join drugs controller to honor Dr. Sweta Raghavan. I request our drugs controller to honor Dr. Uma Madam. Sir. I request our drugs controller to honor Dr. Amrish Tumgi, sir. I request Dr. Suresh Kempaya and Asangi to join. Madam, please join. Thank you, sir. I request all officers to join to honor our drugs controller.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಉಪ ಔಷಧಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರವರಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಸರ್. I request all assistant drug controller and deputy drugs controllers of the department to please join to felicitation. I also request Honorable Drugs Controller to please felicitate Dr. Sunil Chuplankar, who is likely to take quiz program now. Please. Yes, sir.
See, we'll have a short quiz plus interaction session after this. We'll make it for you. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದವ್ರೆ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್.
ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಗಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ದವ್ರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ನಾವು. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು ಟು ಕಮ್ ಎನಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಮೈ ಚೇಂಬರ್. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಕೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ನಾವು. ಸೊ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನೀವು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಶಾರ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ. ಹೌದಾ? ಹಾಂ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಇವರು ಮುಗೀಲಿ, ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋರು.
ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ನ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮು, ಅಂದರೆ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇನ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ. 1-2 ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 2 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. 2 ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಎ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನರ್.
ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ
one second. ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುನೀಲ್ ಚಿಪ್ಲಂಕರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. He is the Vice President, Business Development Group Pharmaceuticals Limited. This man is very special to our department in person, because organizing any programs becomes easy with this man. He is technically sound and gets all our programs so handy. His contributions towards today's program is really commendable. Please put your hands to this man. Thank you. I'll leave it to Chiplankar. 2 question ಮತ್ತೆ interaction.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhaskaran sir and VIPs on the dais. You are all very, very kind to me, but time is also of essence. So ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಈಗ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಮಾತಾಗಿದೆ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಶೋ ಎನಿ ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ VIPs ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರ್. ಅವರೇ ಯಾವ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 10-20 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಬಾರ್ಸ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಬಾರ್ ಇದೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ? ಸೊ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಲೇಡೀಸ್. ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಇವರು ಚಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ನೋಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ನೇ ಓದ್ಬಿಡಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ಇದು 12ನೇ ನಂಬರ್ ಸೀರಿಯಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೇಮ್ 1 sexually transmitted viral disease that is showing at times drug resistance. In bracket, drug resistant viruses.
ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇದು. ಸಿಫಿಲಿಸ್ ಬೇರೆ, ವೈರಸ್ ಇದು. ಎಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್. HIV is correct. ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್.
Who has answered HIV?
ಶಮೀಮಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಬ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ನಮ್ಗೆ ವಾಯ್ಸೇ ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ. ಜೋರಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಕೌನ್ ಬೆಲೆಗ ಕರೋಡ್ಪತಿ ಸ್ಟೈಲು ಅಂದರೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರು ಧಾರಾಳವಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಓದಿ ಏನಿದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂತು ನೋಡಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು.
Question number 14. Name the fungus causing drug resistance invasive fungal disease.
ಇನ್ವೇಸಿವ್
ಫಂಗಲ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್
ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಿನ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ವರ್ಚುಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ಲೆಶ್ ಈಟಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಥರ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಫಂಗಸ್. ನೀವು ಗೆಸ್ ದಿ ಜೀನಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸಾಕು. ಅದು ಎಲರ್ಜಿ. ನೀವು ಫಂಗಸ್ದು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಟೆಲ್ ದ ಜೀನಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ, ಫಂಗಸ್ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ವೈರಸ್ಸು ಫಂಗಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಕ್ಟೇಲ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಆಯಿತು, ಸಿ ಇಂದ ಹೆಸರು. ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡಾ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು? ಸರ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಯಾರು? ಅಮೃತ್ ಸರ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ಸರ್ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಬಾರ್ಸ್. ಅವು ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್, ಎಂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಕೊಡಿ.
Serial number 9. Name of the commonly consumed
ಅದು ಕ್ವಿಝ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಲಿಸನ್ ವಿತ್ ಇದು
ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ?
ಹೌದೌದು.
Name the commonly consumed non-vegetarian food that is a source of antibiotic resistant.
ಇದು ನಾನ್ ವೆಜ್ ತಿನ್ನೋ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ತಿಂತಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಂಟಿಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್. ಏನಿರ್ಬೋದು? ಫಿಶ್ ಒನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಅದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಸೋ ಕಾಮನ್. ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ?
Maximum exporting to US.
ಎಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯೋಗರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾನ್ ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್. ಬೀಫ್ ಯಾರು ಇಷ್ಟು ತಿಂತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ಚಿಕನ್ ರೀ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಚಿಕನ್ನು? ಎಸ್, ಬ್ರಾಯ್ಲರ್ ಚಿಕನ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್. ಬ್ರಾಯ್ಲರ್ ಚಿಕನ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ದೇ ಮೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಗ್ರೋ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೈ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಆನ್ ಬ್ರಾಯ್ಲರ್ ಚಿಕನ್. ಬಟ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಪ್ರೈಸು. ಚೀ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಷಯ. ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಒನ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಡಮ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಅ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್.
I have a mic. Okay, shall I reveal the suspense? Are you ready for this question? Okay, this is question number 5. What does MRSA stand for?
ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ.
Absolutely. What does MRSA? MRSA ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಫುಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಗೂಗಲ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಹಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರೋ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಜಾರಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು.
We have somebody.
ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. 50% ನಾವು ಬರೀ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. MR ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ? ಗುಡ್ ಗೆಸ್. ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ವರ್ಗೂ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂತು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂತು. ಇನ್ನು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಎಮ್ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ. ಎಸ್ ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೇನೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್. ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಇನ್ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ yourself. We are waiting to give. Please come. Okay, Bhaskaran sir, you invite somebody for feedback. One round ಆಯ್ತು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಕರೀರಿ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ನೀವೇ ಕೊಡಿ, ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ. ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಶಮೀಮಾ, ಟೇಕ್ ಫೋಟೋನ.
Any questions? Sessions, technical sessions.
But I have 2 concerns to be exposed.
Please.
Because state and family health fair, that is also there. Probably if it is a only pharmacist platform, I would have not brought out of this. Point number 1 is, when we talk about AMR being the most threatened conditions all over the globe, one thing like I always feel is we take or we blame either the physicians. Absolutely, it is true. Then second blame would be on our pharmacist. Again, it is absolutely true. But in between, I always feel nurses also has an equal contribution towards this AMR. The reason is, we could see in all the hospitals. I'm a professor from Alamin College of Pharmacy. This is Dr. Vidya. And I'm a clinical pharmacist too. In that sense, what I have seen is, a doctor or a physician writes a prescription with antibiotic. Ultimately, a pharmacist dispenses it. I'm just talking in a hospital setup. And the end point who directly reach the consumer or the patient is this nurse. So where these nurse plays a role is, they don't dilute the antibiotics properly. What they do, they 2 to 3 times try over it. They don't even ensure that it is completely into a solution, and then they inject. So what is happening is, half of the medications would let in the bottle itself. So what would happen? Second day, subsequent days, a physician will be forced to go for a other spectrum of antibiotic, thinking that the present antibiotic is not responding to this patient. But who is the person who has committed mistake is the nurse. So what I feel is sensitization is more needed even to them, because we all talks about pharmacists and then physicians, or we can go ahead with even the alternative physicians. For example, homeo, Ayush, everything. I had a patient last week, of course she's 42 years, she is expired. She has been prescribed by a Ayurvedic doctor amoxicillin for 1 month. 1 month, BD dose of 1 month. I think some surgery he has done. Who has done? Ayurvedic physician only has done. Fissures or hemorrhoids, it's for that. So he put her on that one, and she was bleeding also. Things were happening that the moment she came, she was 4.2 HB level was. That means she had bleeding also. And when she was admitted itself, she was a sepsis patient. Because 1 month on amoxicillin BD dose. So that is also there. On the other hand, nurses also needs to be educated is what I strongly feel, because we always face problems there. We have to manually go check. Okay, have you diluted? Because there are many medicines which don't dilute easily also. That's one concern, because if there is a sensitization, nurses also must be included into the sensitization is what my concern, as I say, see in my day-to-day. Second thing, when it comes to our own profession, pharmacist, I strongly feel that community pharmacists should report adverse drug reactions to their PVPI center. That is not maximum happening. Because if I buy a medicine from a particular community pharmacy, the pharmacist should ensure that if you get a hypersensitivity reaction, or you get a diarrhea, or you get a vomiting, come back to me and report. By chance, there are 90% chance that the patient goes back to the same pharmacy only, if at all they develop an ADR. In that sense, community pharmacists are not reporting that. So when that, so you don't have a pooled data to say how much people are really getting or developing ADR to that particular drug. Hospital setup, it is fine because it will have a department like us. We will be monitoring. But in a community setup, so every year when we celebrate Pharmacovigilance Week, even last month, we distributed leaflets to almost 100+ community pharmacies. Even personally, we pasted there. We have given my number. You just call. You don't need to do. Just give a call. We'll rush up and we'll come. We are in 5-kilometer radius to you. We'll rush up and come. We'll collect all the data. So my request for, Drugs Control Department is kindly promote this community pharmacy to report more and more adverse drug reactions. That would give us a beautiful clarity. Unless you don't have a document or evidence, it is not fair to go ahead with that. So that could be the second concern. I don't know, I just have told my concern what I face day-to-day life with these, and that's what I brought it. Thank you, one and all.
Thanks, Dr. Vidya, for your valuable feedback. Now, just addressing the second one first, the community pharmacist. I think that concept we need to strengthen even more. As you said very aptly, because where will the consumer go? The next person is a pharmacist from where he or she is. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ನಿತ್ಯ ಆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಔಷಧಿಗಳು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನೋ ಆಗಿದೆ ಔಷಧಿಗಳಿಂದ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಚೈನ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರ್. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮೋರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ಸ್, one. And secondly, that community pharmacist should report. So he in turn will be a surveillance kind of a networking in our thing. I request Amrish sir also that we'll have something working on this, sir, about community pharmacist anta. And coming to the first question, idರಲ್ಲಿ multiple stakeholders ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ we've just talked about the major stakeholders of human, animal, agriculture, etc. But in the human health aspect per se, we have various and at all levels. ಈಗ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ ಹೋಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we have the system of doctors, nurses, pharmacists and furthermore. But if you go in the the erratic other kind of a system, and sometimes in the public health systems, we don't know even group Ds might be dispensing and giving medicines on the oral note of doctors or somebody in a very busy OPD system. So we have the stakeholders at all level. And as you said, nursing officers or nurses, very, very important. We intend to also educate them, not only them, the lab technologists, the microbiologists, and all of them at some or the other level, we start doing that. Thanks, Dr. Vidya. And
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನೀವು AMR ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ನಮ್ಮದು ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. Doctors, nurses and pharmacists, they don't have any coordination now. First of all, we have lack of infrastructure now. Where you go, anywhere in the pharmacy department, PHC, no, CHC, whatever, the infrastructure is not there. Once doctor is not there, and pharmacist is going to see now. If pharmacist is not there, nurse is going to see that. Here it is, I honestly tell you, ma'am, here is the, everybody thinking that nurse is the God now, because she is always in the hospital now. She is going to treat all the patients now. And credit goes to somebody else now. Apart from that, what happened now, I personally seen that when the DCI officer came to Bangalore to see the pharmacodynamics vigilance department, they have a lot of funds in the central now. Nobody ready to make that section, even though in Bangalore we will not get even one section now. We went to JSS hospital now. There is one pharmacy is there now. They are reporting AFE. What are the AMR resistance there, whatever the death occurs now, they are going to report there. We have seen, we have taken data from there, then we report it to central now. This is the lack of communication between the doctor, pharmacist and nurses are not there now. I honestly tell that, which is most required for us now. Then, madam?
ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ ಎರಡು ವಿಷಯನೂ ಭಾಳ ಗಂಭೀರವಾದದ್ದು, ವೆರಿ ಗ್ರೇವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವೆಲ್ ಟೇಕನ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೋ ಬಿಗ್, when you have a surveillance systems, you need foot soldiers, and pharmacists are the best people to enroll. But on point number one, I think we are all, on the side of erring, because nursing education is not given the same importance that medical education or pharmacological education is given. In that in nursing field, whether it's the regulation of the curriculum or the education imparted, the kind of salaries that they're given, the kind of training, continued professional development opportunities, it's almost lacking. It's a mere lip service. I think as a country we should start, re-looking all of this. It's something for the medical education department to look at. And perhaps if we can strengthen them, just like our pharmacists, the nurses can also be warriors against not just AMR, but every medical concern.
Earlier, not only for MBBS, the most toxic subject for nursing is pharmacology. Because I teach for them, DNB and everybody. I feel like nursing students are the one who are least interested to learn. So they take it as a subject for passing. And that's why they don't get interest, and they're not ready to look into the drug or any PK parameter or nothing they are ready to learn. That also could be one reason. As you say, only a continuing education could help them also to involve themselves in these aspects also. I feel that also. Thank you, Anano.
Madam, thank you, madam. Madam, it's good that you brought us in a very... No. Madam, first question, yours is a nurse not diluting drug medicament in a proper way. We take it very seriously, and we will bring it to the directors and commissioners' knowledge, and we'll see that how to address it. And it is a very big challenging activity you have brought to us. It is a eye-opener for all of us. We are grateful for you for having given such a inputs to us. Second, with respect to Ayurvedic doctors giving amoxicillin for 30 days, that also will bring it to the knowledge of the commissioners. In case of pharmacist advisory concern, our Honorable Drugs Controller already issued a circular So which contains education and awareness to all the public has to be given by pharmacists. That we already addressed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, ma'am, sure.
One quiz and one question, last question. We are running short of time. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್.
You know, unfortunately, I'm getting all the unpopular questions. This is question number 8. What is the full form of ESBL?
ESBL ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ.
ESBL ಅನ್ನುವ acronymಗೆ full form ಏನು?
Extended spectrum.
ಯಾರ್ದು ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ.
Yes, yes. Can we have you on stage, please? Please, Bunny. Sure.
ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ನ ಶೇರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
Thank you, Dr. Purushottam. Thank you, sir.
What does VRE in type of bacterial resistant stands for? Capital VRE.
Different types of resistance ಇವತ್ತೇ ಬಂತು ಎಲ್ಲ. Extended spectrum ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಅದಾಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ MRSA ಆಯ್ತು.
ಈಗ VRE. VRE.
One question last. He has got some clarification. Kedi, question kedi. Mic kodi avರಿಗೆ.
ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಖಾನಾಪುರ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಅಂಬರೀಷ್ ತುಂಗಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ರಾಘವನ್ರವರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಉಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಸ್ಕರನ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲವರೇ, ರಿಯಲಿ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಭಾಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಮೂಡಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ತಗೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಉಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಔಷಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ವಿತರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರೈಮಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು, ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಓದ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಲ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಓದ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಔಷಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಬೆಲೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇ ಔಷಧ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೂ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂದನೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆನೂ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಈ ಥರ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಅಂತಲೂ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರು. ಸೊ ಅದರ ಅಂಗವಾಗಿಯೂ ನೀವು ಇದೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 2001 2002ರಿಂದನೂ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥವ್ರು, ADC ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥವ್ರು, ಅವಾಗಿಂದನೂ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ನ ನೀವು ಕೌಂಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ, ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಂಥದ್ದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಸರ್ ಮನೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಈಗಲೂ ನಾವು ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಡೆತ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಅದನ್ನು ಆದಾಗಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನೇ, ನಾವು ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನೋ ನಾನು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಬೋದು ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಅಂಗಡಿ ಅವ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಅವ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ನು ಏನು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮನ್ಸು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಜ್ವರ ಕೆಮ್ಮು ಅಂತಿದಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದೇ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸು. ಈಗಂತೂ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸೇ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್, ಇದು ನೆನ್ನೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಅಂಗಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಡೋಲೋ ತೊಗೊಂಡೆ ಏನೂ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವರು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾನಂತೂ ರೂರಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು, ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ 100-200, ನರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಹೋದರೆ 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 2 ಮಾತ್ರೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಅವರಲ್ಲೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ನಮಗೂ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ನು ಕಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, ಏನೋ ಬಂದರೆ ಒಂದು 10-20 ರೂಪಾಯಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಮೇಲಾಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಬೇಕು, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಆ ಪೇಷಂಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರೇ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆದಾಗ ನಾಳೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸು ಆಗಿ, ಈಗಂತೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಿಪ್ರೋಫ್ಲಾಕ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಟೆಟ್ರಾಸೈಕ್ಲಿನ್ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಟೆಟ್ರಾಸೈಕ್ಲಿನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸಲ್ಫಾ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿಪ್ರೋಫ್ಲಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ನು ಇವಾಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಅದು ಮುಗಿತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸಿಪ್ರೋಫ್ಲಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಯಾರು ತೊಗೊತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಫೋಡಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೈಯರ್ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಸಿಫೋಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇದು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಏನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೈಯರ್ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು ಒಂದು 2002 ಒಬ್ಬ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟನೇ ಒಬ್ಬನು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಚೀಟಿ ಬರೆದ್ರೂ ಅವನು ಸಿಪ್ರೋಫ್ಲಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಏನೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಫೋಡಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ರಿ. ಅವನು ಯಾರೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಿಶೇಷ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅವನು. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟೇ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಾನು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮ್ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಸಿಫೋಡಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೆಟ್ರ್ ಬರೆದ್ರು. ಸರಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ನಿಮ್ಮದು ರೂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಸೇಮ್ ಅವ್ನು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈವನ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅವರು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮ್ ಬರೆದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ನು ಸಿಫೋಡಾಕ್ಸಿಮ್ನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ, ಸಿಫೋಡೋಮಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾನೆ. ಸರಿ, ಅವ್ರೇನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾನೂನೇನಿದೆ ಅವರು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರು, ಕೇಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತು. 3 ವರ್ಷ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ನಡೀತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ಟ್ರಯಲ್ 3 ವರ್ಷ ನಡೀತು. 3 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಅವರ ತಾಯಿ ಪ್ರೊಪ್ರೈಟ್ರು, ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಓನರ್ ತಾಯಿ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಗ ಬಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟು, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಮಗ ಬಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಚಿಕ್ಕವನಿಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ನು ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದವನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರ ತಾಯಿಗೆ ಪಾಪ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಪ್ರೈಟ್ರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇವ್ರು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, 3 ಜನದ ಮೇಲೂ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ ದ ಏನು ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಪಾಪ ಅವರು 3 ವರ್ಷ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಅಲಿದ್ರು, 3 ವರ್ಷ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ 3 ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಜನ ಬಂದು ನನಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಏನಪ್ಪ ಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಅದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಾವೇ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅವತ್ತು ಅವನ್ನ. ವಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡಪ್ಪ, ಹೋಗಿ ನೀನು ವಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಕೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅವಾಗ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿತ್ತು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ 1-2 ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರೂ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವತ್ತು ನಾವು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಒಂದು ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋ, ಇದು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಟ್ಟೆಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮಿಷ್ನರು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಏನಾದರೂ ಔಟ್ಕಮ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೊಳಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಅವಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಆಸ್ ಎ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮದೇನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸನ್ನು ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಈಗ ಕ್ವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿಯೋ ತಪ್ಪೋ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಕಾನೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ BIMSನವರು ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ. 2 ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲದರೂ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮಶ್ರೂಮ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ಸು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಕದಂಗೆ ನೀನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಒಂದು ಚೀಟಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಡ್ರಗ್ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು 2-3 ಸಲ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಅದು ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫಾರ್ಮಕಾಲಜಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಡಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ ಓದೋವಾಗ ಬಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಓದೋವಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದರೂ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈ ನಾನ್ ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ, ಈ ಹುಡುಗರನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಮಾಗಿ ತೋರಿಸು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಒಂದು ರೆಡ್ ಲೇಬಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಲೇಬಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ? ನಾವು ಫಾರ್ಮಕಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ರೆಡ್ ಲೇಬಲ್ನ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಗ ಕೆಲಸದಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ನಮಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ರೆಡ್ ಲೇಬಲಿಂದ ಡಿಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಕೌಂಟ್ರ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೊಂದು ಕಮಿಷನರ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಹೋರಾಟ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ವಂದನೆಗಳು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಅವರೇ. ಈಗ ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಒಂದು 5 minutes ಅಂಬರೀಶ್ ತುಂಬಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಒಂದು
ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋಟೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ಟು ದ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಟುಡೇಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಎನ್ ಬಿಗ್ಗರ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ನೀಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ. ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ಲು, so it is required for everybody's this thing, and we will look into the matter within the framework of law, and we'll see that. So ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಒಂದು NPPಯದ್ದು ಒಂದು PMUR ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದರು, ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 2 minutes ಅವರ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್, ಸೊ ವಿಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಎನ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಹೌ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈಸ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸಿಂಗ್ MRP ಆಫ್ ದ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ. 1-2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಶೈನಾ, ಯು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್.
ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಅವರೇ, ನೀವು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಅವರೇ, ನೀವು ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್, ನೀವು ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಶಾಪ್ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಇದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ರೂಲ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿಂದ ರೂಲ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಟು ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್. ನಾವು ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ನಾನು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ವಿನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೇಸ್ ಒಂದು ಬಿದ್ದೋಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಒಂದು ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರು ವೈ ದ ಡಿಲೇ ಕಂಡೋನೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಲೇ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಎ ಲೆಂದಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ಟು ಹಾನರಬಲ್ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ರಜನೀಶ್ ಗೋಯಲ್ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಈಸ್ ಟು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಂತ್ ಈಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ನನಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವರು, ನೀವು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡಲ್ಲಿ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಡಿಲೇ ಕಂಡನೇಷನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ತರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಬಾಯಿ ಮುಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಇಫ್ ಎನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತಂದರು. ಸಪೋಸ್ ಈ ಥರ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಂಬೆದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಿಗೆರೆ, ಬಾಂಬೆದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಹೋಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನವರು, ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಹೋಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನಾಯ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತಂತಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಏನೇನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗುತ್ತದು. ಸೊ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿನ ನೋ ಅದರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡನ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಓಕೆ, ಬೇಕಾದರೆ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಿತೀನಿ.
ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಾಲ್. ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೌದಾ? ಸೊ ಸೊ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ದ KPMR ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಾನು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಸೊ ಈಗ PILIಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ 15 crores rupees has been kept outlay ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು PLI ಫಾರ್ KSMಗೆ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 6,600 crores has been kept. Out of that 6,000 crores has been already given. So out of that KAPL is one unit which has taken benefit out of that, which is making this. So strengthening of pharmaceuticals ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. So we all have seen that. So ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ we have, these are all the dashboards, how the price of the drug has to be calculated, who is charging excess ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ, how what are the things ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ. The government of India has made a lot of activities to make affordable and accessible drugs. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I request Drugs Controller and other dignitaries to hand over the certificates to the participants.
IPDMS 2.0 Integrated Pharmaceuticals Database Management System version 2 upgrades the current IPDMS with latest technological interface. IPDMS 2.0 is an integrated responsive web-based application for manufacturers, importers, marketers, distributors, consumers, price monitoring resource units, PMRUs, in the pharmaceutical and medical devices sector. An online system for the pharmaceutical as well as the medical device industry that will facilitate the stakeholders to connect with National Pharma Pricing Regulator from across the country without the need of visiting the office. A change that will ensure a more efficient, transparent and time-bound online functioning. A change that will optimize synergies in operations to promote government's thrust on ease of doing business, as it would provide a single window for submissions of various forms as mandated under DPCO 2013. A change that will facilitate the stakeholders to connect with National Pharma Pricing Regulator, as multi-instance architecture of IPDMS 2.0 has the capability to connect multiple users over a public network infrastructure. A change that will facilitate consumers to access information on pricing and availability of vital medicines. A change that is part of making India digital.
As the result of Government of India's promotion of digital technology, the consumers can now know the correct price of a drug and can get redressal of their complaint on their mobile itself through the Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app. The updated version of Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app has many additional features which are available in both Hindi and English language. By installing this app in mobile, consumers can now know the exact price of any medicine based on band or formulation and can also search alternative medicine by tapping the Search Medicine Price tab. This app also provides speech recognition facility. With the help of Share button in this app, consumer can easily share the information about medicines and their prices with any person. Complaints about the higher price of medicine can also be done through this app. To file a complaint, click on Register Complaint in the Complaint Management System of the app. Then choose the nature of complaint such as overpricing, non-availability or shortage of drugs, sale without price approval, refusal of supply or sale. An OTP will be sent to your mobile for verification and your complaint will be registered. In this section, you can also check the status of your previous complaints besides the details of redressal. Therefore, install Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app in your mobile. Pharma Sahi Daam mobile app, power of every consumer.
ನಾವು ಕೊನೆ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಸರ್ ಟು vote of thanks for for the two programs. Thank you.
Before this, one small thing. I request Dr. Vinod Kamble to please come onto the stage and take the honors in behalf of Dr. Merlin Wilcox. I request Drugs Controller to do the honors. Dr. Merlin Wilcox. Other dignitaries, please join. We'll hand it over. Dr. Vinod is taking on his behalf. Okay, we are come to the end of the seminar. Was this technical information useful? Louder. Yes, this is what I wanted. What are you going to take it home? What are you taking home? Responsibility? No. That is important. Okay, thank you. Before this, I request our drugs controller and other dignitaries on the stage to kindly give the certificates to the organizers and the participants. Basavaraj Asangi. Dr. Rajendra P. Ganesh Babu. Dr. Vinod Kamble. Dr. Shri Ramanjani. Veena Gowda. Archana. Sadanand. And a big applause to Shaina, the main organizer who has organized this program in such a beautiful fashion in a short span of time. We are proud of you. Thank you. All will be getting e-certificate by mail. Okay, that's not an issue. So we conclude with the vote of thanks. A thankful heart is not only the greatest virtue, but the parent of all other virtues. ಸಂತೋಷವು ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಯ ಸರಳ ರೂಪವಾಗಿದೆ. I see happiness in all of you, right? So we carry a big, so we started turning the pages. we will continue to close down this, okay? Until that we will strive for it. I deem it's a great honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the Drugs Control Department on this memorable occasion. First of all, I start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's program a resounding success. First and foremost, we thank our Chief Guest, respected Shri T.K. Anil Kumar Sir, Principal Secretary to the Government, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, who is our guiding force in organizing this seminar to create awareness on AMR. We express our sincere gratitude to respected Shri D. Randeep Sir, Commissioner, Health and Family Welfare Services, Government of Karnataka, who despite his busy schedule has graced this program with his encouraging words in prevention of antimicrobial resistance. Next, we thank the torchbearer of this event, our respected drugs controller, Shri Bhagoji Kanapure Sir, for leading and inspiring us in working towards the goal of conducting this seminar. He is always our strength. Thank you, sir. And another torchbearer, our respected additional drugs controller, Shri Amrish Tumbigi sir, the man of vision. And the entire success of today's program is to his credit. A big round of applause to him. Our deepest sense of appreciation to Dr. Sweta Raghavan for initiating this program. She is the person who sowed the seed in everybody's. She is the person to bring this program live. Your concerns to the society is really highly appreciable, madam. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Uma M., a great human being who proactively takes up the responsibility in organizing and participating in such awareness program. When we asked her to enlighten us on the topic, which she presented, she readily agreed upon and taken us to the practical reality of AMR situation in hospitals. Thank you, Dr. Uma Madam. We request you to travel with us. We will tackle this AMR. Thank you. Our heartily thanks to Dr. Merlin Wilcox, who accepted our invitation wholeheartedly and took time from his busy schedule and gave us a clear scenario around the globe with respect to AMR. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling a few years ago. It requires planning and bird's eye view for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of well-motivated and dedicated colleagues like you who know their job and are result-oriented of this program. I extend my thanks for their enormous cooperation in the organization of this program. All Deputy Drugs Controller, Principal Scientific Officers, Assistant Drugs Controllers, Chief Scientific Officers, Drug Inspectors, Scientific Officers, Officers of PMRU team, and all staff of Drugs Control Department. A special thanks to Dr. Sunil Chiplankar for conducting this beautiful quiz and helping us technically in organizing seminar. And a special thanks to Shaina and Dr. Rajendra for organizing this program in a short time. We thank Shri Vinay for audio and video recording and taking the program on live stream. Also thank Chenikesh for IT management. We thank the media person. We thank all the stakeholders and the participants without a big round of applause to all the people who are participating offline and online. A big round of applause. It's a record-breaking event. We have crossed registration more than 12,000. And all will receive e-certificates within a couple of days to their email. Finally, I thank each and everybody who were directly or indirectly involved in organizing and participating in this today's seminar and making this a grand success. Let's all acknowledge each other. Thank you. We will close the program. Thank you.
I should do this thanks to the special team again on personally from the bottom of my heart. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತದಿಂದ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂಡದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ವಿಶೇಷ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರಿಗೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಅ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಅಮರೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ whom all he named now, Dr. Shaina, Sunil sir and Rajendra and the whole team for making this event such a big and a grand success. Thanks again so much. Thank you so much. And this is something very small to say to all of you for the work and the success which we have seen today. Dhanyavadagalu. Thank you.